Heyo.
Being awake is suffering.
Being awake is suffering. Being asleep is nice. Being asleep too much is suffering.
Yeah, it's true.
Being
It's awful.
Being asleep too long and getting to that point where it just hurts to lay down is the real true worst state. And
I don't think I've ever gotten there.
oh yeah, no, when you get sick and you spend all day in bed, you end up being in bed for so long that like you are just sore and busted and it sucks. And then you kind of have to stand up and like spend your time on your feet in ways that are not fun, but lying down hurts. You never had that?
No.
No.
I mean, the last time that I can remember ever being like that was the god damn it. It was the E3 where y'all came to my house and they showed off the Breath of the Wild thing. Remember they had the huge Breath of the Wild stream that lasted like 10 hours?
Yeah.
And I got the flu real bad. And I was like sweating and being very ill in my room, like 10 feet away from you guys. And you guys were like 3-4 hours into the stream before I walked out and said, "You guys gotta get the fuck out of here." And you all were like, "Oh man," and you all grumbled on the way out. And then I basically slept for like 4 days after that, and it was great. Like time travel occurred.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the last time I got the flu too.
I've had
and it will be the last time I ever get the flu.
Right.
We're going on 75 days inside.
You're counting? Why would you do that?
Well, because it's fun.
There's no, it's not fun to count. I don't find it fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
I don't find it fun to count. But I will say that as
we can go back in time and be like, the last day that I was outside, like for real, more than like 1 foot away from my door to move my garbage over, was I think the day of the podcast that you were making fun of me for being a hoarder. And then like the day after or the day of, Italy shut down and then Quebec started to get bad, and I was like, okay, no, go out now.
I assume you're not counting runs.
What runs?
Like to grab anything?
What runs?
Okay, all right. I've had runs to pick up stuff from here.
The mail has provided.
All right, fair enough. Well, most
that I have not walked more than 1 foot away from this house.
I have
in 75 days.
Okay. Well, I've been doing delivery and orders as well, but there's times when you also need to supplement that with a quick run to go get things that you need. So
nope.
Okay.
Not true.
Well, I will say,
unless you're buying drugs.
I will say that hey, you can legally get
how many
those.
Drugs do you need?
You can legally get those in the mail now too. So
yeah. Well, we did that. That never works. That shit delivery wise was always unreliable before, but now it's just impossible.
Is it?
Not like, oh yeah, like before this, you would always go and everything good would always be sold out, and now everything is just sold out.
Totally can't get nothing, huh?
Oh, you've been getting your drugs in the mail?
I mean, what?
I mean, I couldn't get them before. I assumed you wouldn't be able to get them now. Do they upsell on production or some shit?
Like 72 hours, dude.
Oh, weird.
Well, anyway.
Well, we're good.
Yeah. Well, anyway. At least as far as CBD is concerned. But when it comes to when it comes
crack
to
or heroin,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you still got to have the guy come to your house, and it's awkward.
So the thing that I've been noticing as time has been going on is that like that there's definitely folks that I know are getting increasingly like sort of the more extroverted of my friends are having the hardest time dealing with things, obviously, you know, and like a lot of
That's pretty obvious. I have a friend or two who I wouldn't say they're losing it,
yeah.
but I would say that they're encountering a period of prolonged irritability
And
where they're just a little bit on edge.
yeah, Zoom meetings are more than just a funsy. They're an absolute necessity for some folks, and it's starting to, you know, like really hit those limits. I mean, you know, amongst other things, of course, but I guess it's just one of those times where I was like, oh wow, introversion superpowers feel really good right now.
Oh yeah, I mean we talked about that. I want to say like the second week, but like
Well, it's been 2
everyone
months
gets to
now.
live my lifestyle.
Yeah, but like in terms of but in terms of like if every day there's a little, you take a step and there's a little poison number that you know, I feel like we have some really strong equipment so that in the end it's like, well, I mean, certainly it is shitty to not be able to, you know, do all things, but all I'm saying is I feel like I've taken way less damage than some people that I know and I can see online are taking a lot more damage. And some of the more extroverted friends I have, you know?
Yeah, like the core group of people that I talk to the most often are almost all MMO players, and it's like nothing is going on.
Right.
Like I am good friends with a healthcare worker, and for them, shit is definitely going on. But all in all, the day to day for most of the people that I know, I think my dad is having the hardest time out of it all, honestly.
I wonder what Hikikokimori culture is like right now.
Probably lit.
Is it a
probably like our time is now?
It's
dude.
Popping off. Teach us the ways. Could it be that, or could it be that it's like, oh, all these new Heeks are not these new Hikis are not you know, they're not down with the culture. They haven't been here the whole time.
Look at these new people. They were not forced into the basement by society.
No, they were.
They chose the basement.
The new people were forced in. Yeah. The old ones chose it. You know, these Kikos.
I suppose
these Kikos are they're not real Kikos. We're the true ones.
Are you searching for like the most offensive possible variation of this new term?
Not offensive. I'm just searching for the one that slides off the tongue.
Oh, they all slide off to shit.
You know, what would society, if you had to say the word all the time, you're not going to always say hikikoki koki koki mori, so you're going to come up with something.
I say shut-in.
Yeah, neats is there, but neat is a very
neat is specific.
It's specific and it's European, right? Not in education.
And also, you can be extroverted and be a neat.
Neat is neat. I believe neat is European. So, you know, that ended up getting borrowed over. No, it's not European, so what is it? I thought it was European. What is it?
Like, take for example, because like pointing out that like
it's Japanese.
Okay. Are neats, right?
Yeah.
It's like neat is one of those square rectangle things where like a hikikomori is a neat, but neats aren't necessarily hikikomoris because like my brother is technically a neat because he's not in education, employment, or training, but that's just because he's an asshole and can't keep a job.
Right. Okay.
right? Like he's just a fucking piece of shit.
You know what? Okay, I just remembered. There's another term that is British that I confused in my head I remember when I was watching. I forgot what that was a British superhero show, and there was a dude that was called an ASBO, and it was an antisocial behavior person, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, that was the other term I was thinking of. ASBO is the one that's British.
Wow, that sounds like shit.
Yeah, if you're an antisocial person, Misfits had that, and I was like, oh, okay. And Need is the Japanese one, right? Okay, right. Anyway, all that to say that there's definitely got to be some sort of like some opinions are flying about how everybody must be living that life right now, and there might be some that that never leave it. You know,
I'm gonna look back on my stream archive, and I believe I actually had a haircut like a couple weeks before all this shit popped off, like in February. Which means,
yeah, you can always tell.
Which means I can, if I so choose. Yeah, I got a haircut back in maybe January. Then I can just let it ride.
So,
and become the human timeline.
You notice how now when you're going, are you searching for the most offensive version of this? It's like ASBO, which is just antisocial, right? That hits the ear in such a way where you go, ooh, that feels like it could be.
I don't like it.
It sounds ooh, right? It has,
I don't like it at all.
It has all the familiar properties of something that's like yikes, but it's not, right? So the question is like, what if you're gonna pick 2 or 3 syllables out of hikikomori? You know, like what are you gonna grab there? Is it the ki part? Is it the H part? Is it the mori? Like, what is the part that makes it go like?
I'd like to use some Star Trek here, because this is what let me figure out what created, like, what is the etymology of like the most racist sounding word possible. You ever seen a Cardassian in Star Trek? They're the fucking snake dudes.
Yeah, they're the non-Klingons.
So that's one way to put it. So
didn't they fight? Did they have wars?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they did.
Right. So
so they have 2 racist terms for them. The fucking flat out is just your cardies, right? Which uses your basic. Let's take the ethnic group or nationality and shorten it with ease. And then you have spoonheads.
Okay.
Because they have the divot in the middle of their forehead.
Oh, okay.
And those just hit.
Yeah. Yeah, that...
Like, spoonhead sounds like fucking intense.
Yes, it does. That sounds like what you call them as you're putting them down.
It does. And it is.
Okay, well, there you go.
And so when I think about it, it's like, okay, your standard is blank ease. That always hits. But hikikomori doesn't work that way because it already has hickey and mori. So hickeys and like it's
yeah.
But English phrase 2-syllable descriptor words are where you want to go, right? And actually, it kind of in my head, it kind of rolls back to shut in, or I don't know, the unwashed, or
I mean, I guess so, but like it's, you know, it definitely feels like you gotta take 2 syllables. It's kind of like the same, similar to the way that Japan grabs 2 syllables and the first one of your last name and puts them all together. So you get the triple syllable shortcut, right? In this case, you kind of, for English, you got to grab 2 and then just you add the IES or the R at the end. Hickers, Moris. Yeah, there's.
I'm not doing that one. I'm not doing that. That's a fucking gun to my mouth.
Well, Just don't stumble over it. But in any case,
it's just like I've always said that when I ran into her, she was very nice, very talented, great cosplayer. But the very famous Jessica cosplayer, I don't ever want to say her full name. It feels like a trap. It's terrifying.
All you have to do is slow down, hit your focus trigger.
Dude, I have a speech
impediment. And then
I screw up words all the time.
Wait for the circling like crosshairs to overlap, and when they overlap, you say nigiri, and then you nailed it.
It's so close.
But you got to hold your focus button and wait for the overlapping cursors. That's it. Don't fuck up. Oh shit! I hit it too early. I stumbled, and then you tried to correct it mid-sentence, but by cutting yourself off. Yeah. It's like when you try to say the Knicks and the Lakers at the same time. Poor.
Oh, that's what happened, isn't it?
Poor sports announcer.
That sucks.
Yep. Language.
But it's also fun to see. It's like like you hate to see it.
Well, I mean, I love to see it because I had no idea that those Potara earrings could create such a powerful warrior.
Yeah.
I'd been staring at these two basketball teams the whole time, and little did I know that we were one fusion away from absolute power.
Disaster. Oh, yes. Absolute power, yes.
Yeah, so anyway.
Oh god, I love coffee so much now, dude.
Coffee good.
It helps.
Water helped too.
Water can go to hell, or more accurately, in my coffee.
So I don't know. I did some stuff this week.
Yeah, what's up, man? What's up, Mr. Wooly?
Excuse me. Well,
I still have that problem where we do like an hour and I realize we haven't said our names once.
Yeah, from time to time I think about it, and when you say, hi, this is the name of the show that you clicked on, and
hi, I'm Pat.
You're listening.
That's Wooly.
To the people whose names are on the thing, but it might not be on the thing. You might even be hearing this via speakers on someone else's nearby out loud device. In which case,
I think the best way to listen to this podcast is garbled through some other guy's phone on public transit when he has the volume too loud.
Hanging off of a PSP chain is the optimal way to listen to Castle Super Beast. Chained up, jacket open, PSP on, blasting at max volume this podcast. So, as far as stuff goes, yeah. So one thing I did was, and I'm pretty sure you did this too, beat Streets of Rage 4.
Yeah.
How about that?
Hey, it's really good.
How about that? That's a fun beat 'em up. It's good stuff.
It's really good. It looks really good.
I was hoping.
It sounds really good.
I was hoping.
And it feels really good.
Yes, I was hoping we'd unlock other people throughout the story mode, but you got to go back through the game a bunch of times to get and do the other.
You do unlock Adam. Adam.
Adam. Yeah.
Who is my favorite character by far.
He is awesome. I like Cherry, but I like the movement. I like the dash that he has. I like her run. That stuff adds a lot to it. And of course,
it's been a long time since I played Streets of Rage, and man, I forgot how weird it is to play a fucking beat 'em up where the character has no run.
Well, that's exactly it, right? The idea is like if you're doing this traditional, and if you grew up with these games, then you're definitely someone that's looking for the game to not have a run and to not have a lot of these things. And it took a second because I was like, oh, I guess not, huh? Right, okay, that must be faithful, right? And that's what's important. So I get it, especially when the other characters don't have any of that stuff. But I did appreciate having it. The mobility, the speed of how you kind of go through it is definitely like, I guess in Streets of Rage, I imagine it hasn't changed as much over the course of like 1 to 3, whereas like Final Fight has had a bunch of different, like they mix it up a decent amount in terms of mobility, and a couple of other games, like I mean, like I talk about Sengoku sometimes, right? Like that's a game where like the difference between the first one and the last one is like humongous.
Yeah, Streets of Rage 1, 2, 3 came out in a relatively short period of time, if I remember right, and they were pretty similar. Like Axel and Blaze were in both, in all three, and were like very similar. And then you had the two extras.
I dig the hold input, so that you get a little extra oomph and that you can negative edge. Makes combos pretty fun when you're getting some nice juggles going, and then like
you
get that little.
Once I beat the game, I saw people doing those juggles, and I was like, I didn't do any of those juggles.
Oh yeah, man. There's a counter for them, and like when you're playing, we went through it three players. Like you can really get some fun back and forth volleyball setups, so to speak. You know, air mobility.
I saw 0 to death. Floyd combo on the first boss. Jesus.
Air mobility is rad in a lot of cases with Cherry. I love the fact that you can do a Chun-Li head stomp into an air throw. That feels really nice. There's these little moments where you're just like, you know, it's a beat 'em up, so basically you're walking up to training dummies and you're trying to have fun with them, right? Like it's a bunch of combo adjudicators that are occasionally swinging back at you, and you just kind of do your thing on them, and then you get to mid bosses or like the annoying enemies, right? The ones that have a gimmick to them. So the fat boys, for example, and then it's like, okay, stop, let's assess, play properly, you know, or like the ones with armor. But then you kind of
then you find out that jumps are like 100% invincible all the way through.
Neutral jumps.
You're like. Yeah, neutral
jumps specifically. Yeah,
it's just like jumps straight up and everything just like goes right through you.
Yeah, so
it's fucking great.
Pretty incredible. I had a lot of fun with it. Really good, and I was imagining like what it would feel like to be like a fan, you know, and I feel like I would have loved what they did, and especially putting in like the ability to go back to the old sprites and. To go back to the old music, and you know, just putting in a ton of that love. I know there was some weariness when the trailers kind of were showing it off and stuff, and there were some people that didn't like the art style change, but I've seen mostly positive reception since it's dropped.
The art style looks great, man. In particular, I'm really impressed by the lighting, which is not something you usually talk about in a 2D side-scrolling beat 'em up. But those sprites get lit by all sorts of background elements.
It's also been
looks great.
It's also been a while since I've been hit with such a strong like wave of, dear God, I want to play as this boss.
Yeah, when I was playing through the game,
all of them,
and I saw like, oh, there's 25 unlockable characters. I'm like, well, she's gotta be one of them.
Estelle,
like,
has, you know, Estelle. Max, the cool dude with the guy that's like a Louis Kang kind of dude with the doppelgangers. So many of these bosses that come in and then you fight them and then they do a super and you go, oh, you have to be playable. You just did a super. the game acknowledged it with a super startup spark. So yeah, like absolutely, just kind of fighting those bosses and being like, damn, like I hope I get a chance to touch you before we hit the credits, and unfortunately we didn't. Still though, like, wow, you know, at some of those designs coming in really strong. That map is gorgeous. Yeah, just all in all, a really fun game. And
it has an extra final stage off the map that the map lies to you about, and you're like, yeah, another one. Woo.
And the final stage has a nice little get focused immediately kind of moment to it, where you gotta really earn that final battle. You know, like they throw quite a good bit of challenges at you, including like a really solid one of just like, yo, get your health back.
They're like,
don't get touched.
I feel like the last third of that last level is like more than twice as hard as the entire rest of the game. Like,
say that again. Sorry.
I feel like that last third of that last level, is like more than twice as hard as the rest of the game.
Yes.
Like, I had no trouble at all getting all the way there, and the instant I hit like that last half, like I just started dropping like a bitch.
Yeah, no, death counts definitely went up the most in that area, specifically because it was like it's the back-to-back of like, okay, play perfectly, right? Get that full heal. Then you got the purple biker girl, right? You got the armored biker girl, and then you get the chandelier walkway, which is like not too bad.
Yeah.
But then the fat room, you know, and the fat room is like, you are going to lose stocks in the fat room if you do not clutch it out. Especially
pretty much
if you don't get the hang of like the perfect neutral jump with like the original characters, the OGs and stuff like that, you know. So you know, but once you get past that, you can definitely learn the boss patterns. There's definitely a you know, a bit of a like, okay, like the startup of this attack is going to come flying at you. You cannot move fast enough to get out of its way, time that jump, oh dear God, or like walk down and make it so that the angle of that stab is gonna like not be able to catch you, type of thing. But you gotta absolutely like, you know, learn the startups and the ins and outs of like their animations at some point.
There's a real heavy amount of movement to it, in that you get to have that feeling where the attack gets launched and you're like, I have fucked up. There's absolutely no escape for me now. Oops. Oh well.
Yeah. Something that I kind of I guess I don't know. I don't think Streets of Rage ever did it. You know, maybe it did, and I'm sure I'll be corrected otherwise. But I like when characters in beat 'em ups can do like Final Fight and like have a dedicated weapon that is their style. You know.
I don't think that's.
Everyone kind of.
I don't think.
It's pretty universal, right? Yeah, it's pretty universal.
Yeah. By the way, Will, before we get too far away, I would like to have a correction from one Mothman, known UK person. Tell Wooly that ASBO is what's given to kids for fighting and doing crimes that puts them under house arrest. It is not about being unsocial.
Oh.
It is for criminals.
Thank you for the clarification.
So, for example, if my brother had a British accent instead of a French accent, he would be an ASBO.
Okay. Antisocial Behavior Order. It's a civil order made in the United Kingdom against a person who's been shown on the balance of evidence to have engaged in antisocial behavior. It is a part of the Crime and Policing Act. And yes, an ASBO can be issued to conduct which is likely to cause harm, harassment, alarm, or distress.
Hey, this is going to be out of nowhere, and I just want to say this. I just want to have your opinion, and we can get right back there. Is it just me, or is like criminal British youth like the most pathetic and disgusting of criminal youth? I feel like it is. I'm
not going to necessarily co-sign that. I think there's a lot of bad kids out there and play many places around the world that do bad things.
Because chavs are just horrible, man. And they talk like clowns.
Chavs are pretty ridiculous.
Like,
chavs are pretty ridiculous.
There, the droogs and shit.
Chavs are pretty ridiculous, admittedly. But from what I understand, being a chav doesn't immediately make you criminal, but it makes you fucking annoying, from what I gather. Then there's
being
then
a
there's a
chav
lot of
doesn't make you a criminal. Like shooting your first syringe of heroin doesn't make you a drug addict.
Sure. All right. I mean, we like I would probably say that yeah, every culture's got that like that class you can spec into of just like absolute annoying douche version of a parody of this culture, you know. But I would like to interject for a moment because I was about to hit the second part of this, in which it says the British government introduced ASBOs through the Crime and Disorder Act of 1998, and in the UK, a criminally related ASBO is called a CRASBO.
Get out.
CRASBO is a criminally related antisocial behavior order. So CRASBOs are a thing.
Dude, that's my favorite new term.
Mothman, thank you.
Dude,
thank you. You brought it home.
British people have to make everything fucking hilarious.
You brought it home, guys. We did it.
That's the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm not laughing because I feel like death, but it's in here.
The CRASBOs have awoken. Oh, that is wonderful. I am all about that. Cool. So, speaking of CRASBOs, a bunch of ne'er-do-wells on these streets need cleaning up. And who better to do it than, our characters in Streets of Rage.
Dude, those cities suck.
They're really
Metro
shit.
City, Wood Oak City,
Southtown.
Fucking River City, Southtown. Like, these places suck ass. Don't live there.
Not fun. Look, you live in a city that needs to be the backdrop for a beat 'em up. So that means there needs to be 1 to 5 criminals per block at all times. Right?
It's required.
Every block needs to have 1 to 5 enemies to beat up that no one cares if you beat them up because they deserve it.
And the fashion for those criminals is real clicky. You're going to see a lot of guys wearing the same jacket. See a lot of chicks wearing the same kind of undercut.
Also, if you go to the mall, there will be 2 normal people just kind of scared looking around and 80 fucking thugs inside the mall in any beat 'em up world.
How does this economy even function anymore? I don't know.
Who's walking into these stores? Is it just like, are we running with the Brazilian style? Everyone's an undercover cop, or an off-duty cop rather. Everyone
or a dirty off-duty cop.
Everyone in Brazil is an off-duty cop. And there's always someone around where it's like the moment a crime starts, it gets immediately canceled. It's kind of crazy. Maybe it's like that.
Speaking of the crime city and crime economy, do you remember like Ice-T's big fucking gift to us during the start of the COVID quarantine era? Do you remember what he tweeted out? It was unbelievable.
What?
Ice-T's advice for surviving quarantine is, if anybody owes you money, you know they're home right now.
Right.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Helpful.
He's got his SAG card. He's a
There's a real
TV actor,
like nobility to having no character development at all.
Yeah. Yep.
Like at all.
That's pretty funny. So yeah, good game. I would recommend it. And I
would also recommend it.
I'm not somebody who knows a ton about the Streets of Rage franchise, but I gotta chalk.
I should be, but I don't.
I gotta chalk up another good one for .mu. They're working their way out of that really bad first impression I got when they started handling the SNK games.
Oh, that was them, wasn't it?
Yeah. For those who might have missed it a couple years ago, they ported some some SNK games to PC, and they were abysmal. In particular, I remember trying to run Last Blade on my computer, and it was like just a terrible port. And then we tried to run Metal Slug on my computer, and again, it was not great. And when I went to go look at the install files, what I found was an emulator and an actual ROM dump of the ROMs from the internet as the product that I purchased.
Just here you go.
They took the ROM dumps from the internet and they put them in an emulator that ran the game worse than other emulators did. And you could grab
that emulator,
that same zip file, and put it in any other fucking emulators folder and then run it, and it would be better. It was crazy. It was like an inferior version of MAME and or Neo Rage X or any of the other things out there, you know? It was wild. So that was a very, very dumb move at the time, and I remember being like, this is like the worst part of this is that, like, in addition to just selling a fucking MU folder, it runs badly, you know? So that was
can't be much worse than the way 505 is treating shit right now.
How's that?
Oh, is that on the docket this week about the Skull? Not the Skullgirls, the Indivisible stuff for 505.
Oh, I did hear about that. Yes. I mean, there's something really bad about like just hitting up MU Paradise and calling it a day. That is a little bit shit.
Oh yeah, that's pretty bad. But the way that 505 has been handled, so they were also,
yeah,
I think they're doing Bloodstained as well. And it's just like no contact with the devs.
Yeah, we can. Well, I don't know how much if we want to just swerve into that, but we can definitely bring it up when we hit the docket.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, the Indivisible Switch port has some problems that happened. Yeah, we'll talk about it in a second.
But there are some problems. I did want to say one thing before we go on, but like the biggest problem is that the game has released on the Switch for a higher monetary value than like the backer price,
exactly,
or any of the prices the game has ever been anywhere, and it's been on sale in other places.
Well,
what the fuck?
This is the story. So yeah, and
Wooly, my brain bad today.
Okay, well that's fine if we're talking about it, and that sucks. The first thing we heard about Skullgirls on the Switch was Lab Zero didn't even know it happened. And they basically were like, they basically were just like, oh shit, it's live. I guess you can go buy it. We didn't even know you could, but you could. And then we found out
the right version.
It was, yeah, well, 2, apparently there was some stuff about it that was not really handled well, where they're like, this doesn't feel like the Indivisible should. And then 3rd, it went on sale. And then people were basically, getting it on at that sale price when people that backed the original were still waiting on their Switch version. They didn't get those codes for the game yet. And it was just kind of a fucked thing because they paid more to back it than, you know, the 505 like just dump in release and then sale cost was. So everyone who kind of supported the game from the jump ended up getting fucked over there. So
that sucks.
It's a very, very shit situation. And from what I can tell, it seems like every step along the way is based on publisher not communicating at all with devs and just kind of doing things on their own.
Hey bro, we got the thing. High five.
Yeah.
Let's ship it.
So
let's fucking do it.
So that's a huge boo.
Oh, Wooly, did you just do a computer noise? That's hilarious.
Well, it didn't pick up on the MP3, but there was a computer noise.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. That's hilarious. That's super funny because people always get freaked out and confused and like, oh no, my computer.
Only for the live stream, not for the actual audio.
Take that, live nerds.
Got to keep them in their place somehow.
Well, luckily, the takeaway from this story is that if you have a Switch, you probably shouldn't pick up Indivisible. A piece of advice that could be expanded to everyone.
It sounds
because the game is bad.
well. It's better on other stuff. I'll say that. I'll say grab it on the other platforms for a superior experience, and also a better multiplayer experience now that they've patched that in. So.
Oh, it doesn't have the multiplayer in it?
It's not the patched
version.
Yeah, so the new, so
that sucks,
the version on other stuff that they handled themselves got patched to have the new Game Plus content, to have the multiplayer content, and to have the extra challenger rooms and stuff. And all of that stuff is not in the Switch version because again, Lab Zero didn't work on it, so you know, it's they didn't handle inserting the new content either.
Boo.
Okay, well, anyway.
That's lame.
Yeah.
Boo 5-0. Apparently Bloodstain has also like been fucked up by them in very similar contexts.
Frame rate, I heard issues, although that's a bit of a Switch thing sometimes.
And like the versions are super late.
Yeah. So that sucks. The Switch owners getting shafted on the regular with some of these ports. It seems like it's an afterthought. Yeah. But that's what's up. But I just wanted to say that the whole reason why we got on this tangent was just to say that .mu started out with some really not great products.
The bottom of the barrel.
And then they got Windjammers together, and that was pretty solid. And now they're working on... now they got Streets of Rage going, and that's pretty good. And now they're working on Windjammers 2, which I touched it at a demo booth, and I thought that was pretty good too. So I you know, I'm happy to see that things are improving. Seems like it's tightening up. Although not to before I fucking forget, because that's still publishing though. Development wise, who are the guys that actually made Streets of Rage 4? Unfortunately, not Dong Dong Never Die. I wish it was Dong Dong Never Die that made Streets of Rage 4.
What's extra crazy is that the Dong Dong screenshots still look like because the Dong Dong PSP ones were like, oh, what about the old art style in the new, in the new world? And so is this. So there was a second when I was playing it, I'm like, there's no.
It's not. But
it could be.
Lizard Cube and Guard Crush Games are the devs. Yeah. So, shout outs to them. The other thing I did this week was took a look at the Melty Blood Actress Again current code.
I saw you had trouble running that for your stream.
Well, there's
like it wasn't playing nice.
So there's a story to Melty Blood in that like you need to, if you were to just be like, yo, go check out Melty Blood, it's a good game. What would you do? You would jump on Steam. You would see it, you'd buy it, and you'd start playing it. But the problem is that like that is not the optimal way to go about playing this game with the community. The community is not playing that version of the game. If you want to play with people,
because that's outdated,
because it is it's post dated. So that version of the game came out after the community version of the game, and it had delay-based netcode. But the community version of the game is a rollback-based version that was community made, and it uses something called...
That's fucking crazy.
So it uses something called CC Caster, and it is a command prompt. It runs in DOS basically. And
Jesus Christ.
And it just replaces your entire main menu with settings, netplay, training, versus whatever modes you want to go to. You just do it through this DOS prompt, and then you assign all of your controls and setups through that, and then you go into netplay, and you basically go online, and then you get your IP, and then you get whatever. If someone creates a room, you know, and then you send it to the person, and then you guys can lobby up and play, and then you can set your rollback. You can select your settings for that, but for the most part, it auto detects, and then you can play perfect netcode Melty Blood with each other. So this is the
dude. If this feels like an experiment in how to take an obscure genre or a genre that's hard to get into,
Yeah.
like fighting
Yeah.
games, and figure out what is the absolute maximum level of bathroom level obscure nonsense to get into it.
Yeah.
Possible.
No,
The fact that you, a guy who has a show called Get Into Fighting Games and has been into fighting games for longer than I've known you, had a situation where he's like, how do I turn this on?
Yeah.
Like, is so absurd. The fact that you just said DOS to me. You said the D word.
So, I had some trouble setting that up because initially it would not react, it would not respond to my stick inputs. And then eventually it was responding, but it would only take one input at a time. And then I'd have to close the program, reopen it. Some people have had compatibility issues by running it in compatibility mode to make it work, or perhaps. So there's a bunch of things I went through. But for the most part, what I will say is they did go through lengths to basically create. There's a paste bin and a 2-minute YouTube video that basically says, here's how you do it. You grab the game from here. You put this it has this, unzip it here, run this thing, and then the game will, then you set up your game how you want to, right? Like,
dude, you're talking about turning on a fighting game like it was installing big titty mods in a New Vegas.
It is like that. They've definitely gone through the trouble of like putting it all in one zip file and making sure that you can kind of just click where you need to and start it up. They've tried to simplify the entire process as much as possible, which, kudos and credits to the community because, it's not the same. Like if you had to go hunt down the pieces and put them together yourself, then this would have been bad. But it's not that. They kind of tried to put it all together. But yeah, it is confusing on just the base level of telling people to go get and check out Melty Blood. You have to check out the not official version of it, right? So it's kind of like you get the Seacaster community version, and it's pretty much free. It's out there. You grab that, and then it's like you can buy it on Steam to support because support French bread. But this is kind of how we had to set it up. It was frustrating especially at first. Once I got past that stuff, it did work. The netcode was pretty perfect. I don't like the fact that you have to exchange IPs to connect, and that you go to Discord and you can kind of
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. So the way I did
for a multitude of reasons.
The way I did it was I joined other people's lobbies and we just whispered at each other.
Yeah.
For the most, instead of going outright and whatever. But that's what the Discord has set up is that you can go in and when you're searching or whatever, it'll post and you can pretty much see a list of whoever's searching for games and stuff. But that's where that's at, so all that to say, set up stuff aside.
That is some poverty shit, man.
But when it worked, it was very fun. I enjoyed the game a lot. I enjoyed it, in fact, so much that I was planning to play 2 games that night, but instead I just played the one. Kept going.
Damn.
Got some good sets in, and I would like to touch it again in the future because, yeah, I just I had a lot of fun with some of the crazy fucking beasts came out and showed us what's what and what the game is supposed to look like. It was great. It was great. I saw some shit. Like I remember back in the day I played Melty Blood, the original release, and I was always about CL. I was a CL main in that. And the game has, we touched back on Fisticuffs one episode, but there's a bunch of stuff going on where I was like, oh wow, they have her holding the PAL bunker out the whole time now. That was my favorite thing about her was the fact that her level 3 was she'd pull out a PAL bunker, and now they just have her in that full mode. So I'm like, that's sick. Roast beef is still cool. There's a bunch of characters in that. Nero Chaos, the dude with 666 beasts in his coat. He'd open up his jacket. He was like a street creep, and he'd open up his jacket, and then
Does he have more coat now?
Yes, more beasts come out of his coat, depending on the groove you pick. So
Glad.
It used to be the ravens and the stag and the big praying mantis claw. and like now there's like a bunch of other ones. Yeah, man, there's some cool shit. I had a lot of fun with it. It's not gonna happen, and French Bread is clearly 100% rightfully focused on the Under Night community and the Under Night franchise. But it would.
Oh man, I never even put together that those are from the same developer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they should focus on Under Night. No offense, Melty Blood people.
Yeah, French Bread Soft Circle is focusing on Under Night in Birth. It's that
Under Night. I wouldn't say it has a foot in the door, but it has a foot out of the dumpster.
It has a pretty solid foot in the door. Uniclear is.
That's right. It was at Evo.
Uniclear is a pretty loved game right now.
So let's say that it's dragged the dumpster to the door, so that it can straddle the line.
I mean, was it ever really in the dumpster? It's Under Night. It's a good game. But for what it's worth, although
it's not the people who play these games, Wooly.
All right. Well,
anime fan.
Yeah.
Also, Melty Blood players.
Yeah. And like we got all bathroom jokes out of the system. And I'm like, I'm sure the community, and it's like, as I was able to discover, like everyone who plays this, like if you hear the words Melty Blood every couple of months and you go lol bathroom, right, that's a very different perspective from you play it on the regular every couple days, every multiple times a week, and it's lol bathroom every 72 hours. It's a very different thing. So
yeah,
I get it. Grand conclusion here, very fun game. I'd like to revisit it. I would love for there to be a way to make a friendlier presentation to integrate, Seacaster into an official release somehow or something. It would be really nice.
Or at least a less fucked up way of just turning it on, because the process you described seems like arcane.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, if they just grabbed the Steam edition and put rollback into that would pretty much solve the problem.
Solved.
Yeah. That would be the fastest way to solve the problem, just do an update to it, But in any
man,
case,
I have like an idea. Why don't we just take the official release of every fighting game on Steam and just put rollback into it?
I mean, you can probably.
Let's just do that.
You probably can if you are, one of the geniuses that is able to make something like Seacaster, or one of the that's what fucking Codemasters has been doing, right? Or Code Mystics rather, with a bunch of these old fighting game releases. They've been taking things like Samurai Shodown 5 Special and just going like, oh yeah, we put rollback in it now,
Why does Last Blade 2 have better netcode than Street Fighter 5?
Because it's being added in post to like a game that is more or less like being emulated, so you can kind of just make it run through the emulator, as opposed.
Well, why don't they just emulate Street Fighter 5?
Well, Street Fighter 5 from the ground up it has to be built properly with netcode, with rollback netcode, and it wasn't.
I don't know how this works. So just run Street Fighter 5 inside itself, as an emulator, and then put the netcode on it like a sauce.
The answer is that it's pour the netcode sauce over it. Yeah, it's much easier to do it with old games that you're emulating than it is to do with new games that are running, in a different framework from that. But it's still hard work no matter what. It's still a lot, But this is the short version of it. That being said, the product is worth the trouble because it's necessary, so do it anyway. Look
how long Skullgirls and fucking KI are lasting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, that's Melty Blood.
Maybe that's part of the reason. Maybe they don't want their games to last, so they can sell you the new game later.
So Streets of Rage 4, Melty Blood, and lastly, so KOTOR is continuing, having a good old time with that. Boy, was I happy with the planet that we landed on and the events that occurred in there. Super duper good. And with that, I've been a little bit curious about, some of the ins and outs of the Star Wars, because there's some new stuff going on. So I've been,
Oh God.
I've been delving a little bit. I'm still kind of going through Clone Wars, and it's up and down in the first season. It's a bit hard to get through some of the rough ones, but I know it gets a lot better later on. You just have to kind of either A, like, grin and bear it, or B, skip to it, or whatever the case is. But we'll see where that is. But that's not what I want to talk about right now. Although it did come to my attention, something I realized, that a big part of the a lot of the, like, holy shit, fuck yeah, Clone Wars stuff, in addition to the fact that it got a lot better later on, was that there's a generation of people that grew up with that as their primary Star Wars experience when they were kids. And it didn't quite land with me that like the timing was such that this was what people were, like, primarily focusing on as their Star Wars experience. A group of kids in their, like, early 20s right now, for example. And that explains why such strong feelings were being sent our way about it. Because I remember, like I said, at the time, my experience, not to go over it for the millionth time, but, saw Gendy Wars, loved it, then saw the trailer for the movie, thought that sucks because I wanted more Gendy, went to see the movie anyway, was horribly disappointed, and went, this sucks. But if you were growing up at that time, you managed to ride that wave out until it got good. And so you have really fond memories of the best parts of that, but you're possibly forgetting about some of the really slow beginnings that it takes a while to get through, and some of the fillers that are really not great. But that's not what I wanted to talk about.
I mean, I've said this over and over as an example, and I brought up I'm going to be on Coffee with Clemps this week. I brought it up there, but, like, there are, like, 15-year-olds for which, like, only Final Fantasies, like, 12 onwards came out in their lifetimes. Like, the context of what brand is to people of different ages is fucking wild.
Yeah, I think the recommends basically are more accurately, Clone Wars is really good, asterisk, and then, like, a list of the good ones. But that's not what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is the Darth Vader comics that came out in 2018. We got this run of Darth Vader stuff that is basically it's known as, to put it accurately, because there's a couple of different Vader comics out there. These are specifically the Star Wars, Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith comics. That's what they're called. And 4 graphic novels here. Reading through. I'm on the 3rd one, and guess what? They're good. So far, I've read the first 2, and they're pretty fucking all right, man. In particular,
so I feel like I have a built-in, because I've seen parts of these comics and they are good. People put, like, certain pages up on the
pages that get posted are from this a lot of the time.
Yeah, they're really good. I have a real problem with it, and it might be because I'm not a comic book fan, right? And it's not even specific to comic books.
Is it that?
But no amount of cool-ass Darth Vader moments in a comic book are going to fucking erase I hate sand.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
It's coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere.
That's what I thought. Yeah. So basically, it is that the movies themselves will forever be what they are, no matter what the supplementary material is. Correct?
Yeah.
I agree.
And like the fucking, like, I don't want to get all into canon argument, but like you can't like remove like the films are like the definitive source material.
Mm-hmm.
So you can never be like, oh, the comics says, oh, that was actually not really as lame as it was. It's like, no, it was totally as lame as it was. Anakin Skywalker sucks and is fucking lame.
So here's what's up, right? To go back to Clone Wars for a second, part of what Clone Wars does is attempt to make his character make more sense in between those
but it's
movies.
Also supplementary material compared to the movie.
It is certainly not the primary like point on the timeline. The movies are the big ones, totally, and you cannot get away from that, right? I think if you go into some of this stuff hoping to make the existing bad stuff better, that's the wrong energy to have. I just picked this up and started reading it because I want to read a cool Darth Vader comic. That's
like it hits my brain, and I'm glad we all have context for this now if you listen to last week's podcast. But it hits my brain where you open up page 1 of this really good Darth Vader comic, and the first page is like, hey, do you guys remember Darth Vader? He was the coolest guy. He was the coolest guy. And you're like, wait, wasn't he fucking lame and he was the coolest guy.
They don't
look at that.
Hey,
don't look at that over there.
They don't obito him. They don't obito him. To put it another way,
and I can never see Darth Vader as anyone other than like a pathetic 17-year-old guy like crying while begging his older girlfriend for sex. Like, that's Darth Vader. Darth Vader is simp supreme, and he's the worst.
Lame Hayden Christensen being pretty bad. Yeah, that doesn't go away. That doesn't go away. But if there's a cool story here and it's a good comic, I want to read it. I'd like to find out about the good thing. I want to know what's good. I want to know what's happening. I want to know why people like it here. So I think, because I have no disagreement with what you're saying, that I can, but I'm accepting that, and I'm still going to sit down and open up the book and turn the pages because I want to know what happened. And I did, and then I've read through the two of them.
This is where I become like a real asshole, and I go, but it didn't happen because it's EU, and EU doesn't count.
And I know that this conversation goes nowhere because I know that the end result is going to be, but if you cannot replace what the movie's done, then why even bother? And then the answer is just because the thing in front of me has good stuff in it that I want to know about. I don't care about that part. I'm not trying to replace the bad.
It's
because it's still fucking bad.
It's not even about replacement. I have trouble getting into a story when I have to put like my cap on that says this story probably doesn't count and didn't happen. So a really good example is the EU, like the old Star Wars EU. The fact that everybody just snapped their fingers and, oh yeah, none of that shit happened. It's like, it's fan fiction. It doesn't count. It never counted.
Right, but all of this stuff, this is the basis of this is underneath is that it's almost, the basis of this viewpoint is kind of like there's a hierarchy and the movies are this foundation of that is kind of like sacred. But to me, when these ones were so bad to begin with, I don't really care. I'm just reading this to see what's in it and to see what's good about it and see what I like about it, in the same way that I can play KOTOR and like what's happening in KOTOR, still knowing how bad the other things in Star Wars are, and be like, oh, I like this part. This stuff was good. And it's not real.
The smart thing they did in KOTOR,
and I know that
was they got KOTOR as far away from that shit as possible.
But I know that there's a lot of people that are like, as a result, looking for Revan to be as relevant in the canon as possible, and I know that doesn't lead to anywhere pleasant. So I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm playing a game that doesn't matter, that doesn't exist, but there's still such good shit in it that it's worth playing. So it would be silly to say don't play KOTOR, none of it matters, when so much good shit is in KOTOR.
No, see, here's the thing. There's nothing in KOTOR that is contradicted by anything in anything. And KOTOR is in its nice little safe bubble where it can live forever and has no problem. But when you start talking about how Admiral Thrawn was a clone and all this shit of the fall of the Empire Remnant, and that just gets hand-waved away.
Pat, I'm sure there's tons of things in the KOTOR games that go against the other things that existed in different Star Wars lores. Like, there's so much going on in Star Wars that there must be tons of things that overlap that are different about that. There has to be. There's no question. The point is,
everyone's saying wrong, but I played through both KOTORs. I don't remember anything in the original 3 or even 6 films that argues with KOTOR at all.
The point ultimately is just there's some things I hear about in Star Wars from time to time that I go, I want to know more about this because that sounds pretty cool. And the most I can do is just check it out on its own and pretty much almost preemptively agree that whatever I'm reading is its own thing. If it connects to other things, then I guess it could. But I'm not going to sweat it too much because there's so much disjointed bad and good in Star Wars that there's no point even trying to piece that all together. The Mandalorian was a show that I enjoyed watching. I'm glad I watched it. It fits into this place. It kind of has this content. It does a bit of that. But you can't erase the mistakes of the shit movies. You can't. Those are always going to be there.
You know what?
But it's not going to make me stop
stronger
from checking out this stuff. That seems pretty cool.
I think it's a lot stronger for me when it's specific people, like characters. Like, when it's general setting things, it doesn't bother me as much. Mm-hmm. But when you go, this character who is like this actually wasn't like this, mm-hmm. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, it feels like... So it feels like trying to build a house on a bad foundation.
Well, I'm like talking about these comics, right? For example, like they're cool, they're good, they're well done. I enjoyed the first 2 of the 4 that I have here, and you know, in the end, I'm probably gonna just look at it and say like, wow, that was really well done. It's a shame they didn't do that in the movies. It's a shame that the people that wrote these did something better with Vader in his immediate first years than what George did. You know, it sucks that that's what happened. This is a better take on the character, and I can.
Well, what George and Abrams and Johnson and a lot of people did.
Anakin. I'm talking about Anakin.
Rogue One has this problem as well.
Well, I'm talking about Anakin. I'm talking about.
Anakin's in Rogue One.
Yes, but specifically the derpiness that comes from Hayden Christensen, Anakin hanging out in those movies in 2 and 3, and then like how that.
Let me see if I can put a point on my confusion, and maybe you can explain it to me. Which is, I read a comic about, or half of one anyway, about an Imperial soldier who tried to become Darth Vader's friend.
Yeah, that was the one of the clones. Yeah, that was a cool one.
And Darth Vader ends up just being like a fucking asshole, mm-hmm. and it was a horrible mistake. Mm-hmm. And there's some cool stuff that happens in that, and Vader's cool, and there's interesting stuff happening. How are you able to separate the fact that like Darth Vader, oh my god, he's so cool and evil, and he's such a monster, from him like bawling his eyes out and begging for sex and crying about his mom after he killed a bunch of babies?
I'm not trying to fold them into the same folder. I'm not trying to create.
But they are.
I don't.
But it's literally the same character.
I'm reading a story that this writer wrote about Darth Vader, and I'm seeing how they handled this the character. I know that in the hands of Lucas, it's this. I know what it is already. I don't like it. I think it's very poor. And when I see what's being done here, I'm like, oh, that's a cool take on it, and I'm able to walk away with that. I'm definitely not going to sit there and argue. I think here's what I think. Right, I think the way your point works and the stance that I agree with is when somebody were to try to argue that no, he's not that guy you saw in the movies. He's really this cool guy from the comic, and this is what matters, and you didn't see the cool stuff because it all happened here, right? If someone were to have that point of view and try to push that as like, you need to go read all the other cool stuff that happened outside of these movies, that would be silly. That would be super dumb.
I am seeing
they'd have no
what might be the most
on.
baffling response, which is those aren't the same character. They're different people. That like
I'm not
personalities change, and I'm like,
no,
and
no.
then
That's
people talk about
that's
Superman
not what I'm
is
saying.
always portrayed differently, and Spider-Man changes constantly.
No. That's definitely not what I'm saying.
And those things are terrible.
I'm definitely that's not. I'm not saying they're different people. I'm not saying that at all. I don't agree with that. What I am saying,
has everyone lost their mind? Like,
no, it's just there's a final step in which you're trying to fold this in and go, well, this is Darth Vader, I guess, and it's hitting the incompatibility of Hayden Christensen, and then you're going, so thus the whole effort is for naught, so don't bother. And I don't need to do that step. I can just read this thing, go, oh, that was a good story about Darth Vader, and not care about whether or not it changes the perspective of him or doesn't, because I'm taking this as a story that was written here by someone else and someone that was more competent. And again, what am I at the end? I go, well, that is another author's take on it. I sure wish it was as good when the originals were around, but it isn't, But I don't really. And again, I'm sure that I'm also poorly arguing my point here. I'm sure someone smarter could do a better job explaining why it's not stupid to just pick up a story and want to read it and enjoy the story. Like, I feel like I have to break this down to such a ridiculous step to get through, because, the pat breakdown of these topics. But at the end of the day,
I guess it always breaks down to, I don't get fan fiction.
I guess. And to me, I'm like, this,
if it doesn't
if I flip through this
matter?
and if there's things I enjoy inside of this book, I'd like to see those things. This is the beginning of the feeling. This is enough for me to want to pick the book up and start opening it. What else happens is not as important as the step, which is, I think there might be I heard some cool things in this. I want to see them. Right? I don't need to go through a step afterwards necessarily.
I don't know. The Darth Vader stuff in particular is extra complicated because, like, I distinctly remember watching the writer of one of these comics get into arguments over whether or not, like, Palpatine is Vader's dad after he wrote a comic that says Palpatine is Vader's dad, and then Disney told him that he couldn't do that, and so he goes on Twitter to argue. People's like, listen, I'm the writer. That's not what I wrote. And everyone's like, it's literally what you just wrote. Why are you...
I mean, some folks will argue because that like this book is canon because it's printed under the new Disney thing and it is considered official. So they do say that whatever happens in these books is supposed to be part of the Vader thing or whatever. But I'm not even gonna
Dude, the movies aren't even canon at this fucking
But I'm
point
not even gonna
cases.
I'm not gonna go as far as to even make that my main point, if anything. Right? Like, I don't care personally how you choose to look at the book and whether or not it folds in or explains the character in any way. I just look at it as, I want to read the story about Darth Vader. I hear it's pretty cool. And then I read it.
But Darth Vader sucks now, dude.
Well,
Darth Vader has sucked since like the aughts.
The comic had some pretty cool stuff that I liked in it. And I thought I would talk about it because I read through 2 comics this week that I thought were good. I was going to talk about some stuff that I think was pretty awesome that they did. And then I was going to probably go, here's an example of how you can use this character to better build off of what the original trilogy started as opposed to what we got in 2 and 3. And just kind of go like, man, this writer did some good stuff that George wasn't able to do. And then I was probably going to talk about the introduction of, like, you got to have a new canon. You got to have some other people swinging lightsabers around because, You know, even though you only have 2 Sith, they introduce the idea of these Inquisitors, and that works its way into the new game, of course. So like now we get to kind of have like, all right, and then also the final season of Clone Wars. So now you have like a way where there's like lightsaber fights, but you don't have to create more Sith necessarily, because otherwise you're like, where were all these people in the last movie? So they found their way around that.
I would like to handle one last thing before we go forward, because I feel like it's the perfect encapsulation of this argument. There is a guy spamming chat like an asshole asking, well, Pat, does everything cool that Boba Fett ever did get erased because he fell into that Sarlacc pit and that was lame? And the answer is, what cool shit? None of that shit ever happened, ever, because it was all EU shit that got erased. He's literally never done anything other than fall into a pit. So yeah, I guess it totally does erase. Like, the coolest thing he did ever in his life was be Jango Fett's lame clone baby, and then figure out how to follow Han Solo one time in Empire.
Until Mandalorian.
And then he fell into a pit and died back in like 79.
Until Mandalorian season 2.
Okay.
Which we'll find out.
But he hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah, we'll find out soon.
Like, he's got a cool design, but that's it.
We will find out
like
soon.
The question is, well, what about all that cool shit he did? You mean like nothing?
Yeah.
You mean like literally nothing ever?
Right. So
until later this year?
So that's not the stance I would ever take. I think that because I'm like, you're arguing like stuff that happened in supplemental material. It's still canon, but like I don't like there's an argument here where, again, I think that person's stance and like where you are is based on this idea of like, and thus in conclusion, Darth Vader is cool. And it's like, no, I don't see things that way, right? Because I know, and I guess this is just coming off of knowing how comic books are written, where it's like, man, this version of Captain America is way different from that version of Captain America, you know? And like, what's up with that? It's like, oh, who wrote that? Oh, that was this? Okay, yeah.
Oh, wow, cool. This leads to the argument I always had, which is the good run of this, which is the real one. And you went, I don't understand. And I went, comics suck.
Yeah.
And then you would tell me to read All-Star Superman,
right.
Basically.
So here we are in the, which is an example. It's just like, there's good and there's bad, and these characters are large IPs that different people grab and tell stories with. And
that's terrible.
Yeah,
Stop that.
It's definitely not as great as a singular.
All of those people should make their own characters.
I prefer a singular good story. I prefer the way a manga handles it in most cases. We've definitely had this discussion before. It is nice when you can just get a consistent part to part, you know, like you get your Berserk or your JoJo or your everything that just travels and goes down the line. Fucking Captain Tsubasa has been running forever. But outside of that, what we have here is a collection of stories because of the way for whatever reason the industry is the way it is. We have a collection of stories. Some are good, some are bad. I enjoy reading the good ones because if they're well told, then I can have fun with those. And I don't need much more than that. Just enjoying something that's well done is good enough of a reward for me to decide to peruse it. Does that part make any sense? Like, you know what I mean?
No.
Okay. I don't know where to go then. Because
it can't be good because it features a character that's been ruined. You can't unruin characters. Once they're ruined, they're ruined. Like, I'm not watching Picard on purpose. So that, like, I don't have to fucking live in the world
you're fucking
in which fucking TNG Picard becomes like a fucking psycho.
Okay, dude. All right. So you know what? That's fine. Live in that world. miss out on stuff that might be good, and that's okay. You can sit there. I won't try to pull you out of that tower. But I would still like to talk about what I like about this Star Wars comic book and what I think is cool about it.
Oh, there's cool stuff in there.
And if you are unable to enjoy something for what it is, then sure, man. You know, I hope you get some good stuff you like someday.
There's tons of good stuff to like.
Yeah. In Star Wars, I mean.
Oh, yeah, okay. Because I was about to yell out, like, I don't want to hear talk about, I hope I get good stuff I like when you just fucking went through the end of Naruto, for fuck's sake. Like, holy shit.
Oh, yeah, that was great. That was great. I'm glad I was able to find out to pique my curiosities. You know, there was a dude who was like, why you, because I was posting stuff about the ending, and the dude was like, why would you choose to spend your time going through this garbage Naruto shit and watching this instead of watching, like, you know, Hunter x Hunter and stuff? And I'm like, I didn't watch shit. I played 2 fucking CyberConnect games specifically because I didn't want to watch anything.
You dodged most of those bullets.
I put the energy into fucking consuming it via this format specifically so that I didn't have to watch it. So, God bless. But no, I hope there's something in Star Wars that you enjoy sometime, and that it's able to not be ruined so that you can enjoy those things. I don't have that caveat. I can just read this and go, yeah, that's a Vader, and here's what they did with it. I mean, like, one of my questions was like, how do you, the first thing when I was hearing about this that I had was like, how do you like handle a character that yells no in the goofiest way possible? And
I mean, do not want
and the moment that the comic starts is it starts on the no page. It starts on the no moment, and it does it.
Oh, it actually starts there?
It literally starts there. The first page of the comic is the no moment, and it's like, what if it was not as lame? I guess, because it was definitely, you know, the way.
Oh man,
you know, they handled it in a different way, and it was like, oh, that's interesting. I'm not pretending he didn't yell it in the lamest way possible. He totally did, but this way it goes through it is there's he kind of just has a much more believable take to it that leads it to him actually like kind of swinging at the Emperor for a second, or like attacking the Emperor for a minute, and then it kind of goes from there. And it kind of just goes through, like, I'm like, okay, so if you had to go through this process of newly formed Vader being brought into the Empire, and no one really knows who this new sudden high-ranking officer is and why he's so important and why they have to listen to him, and then how they go about, like, you know, there's the Order 66, but there's always the remnants, and the cleanup of the remnants, of course, is the other part of it. It kind of works through a couple of
Order 66 was like one of the sloppiest things ever in the movie, because it's like, really, you got everybody in like a day, everybody
instantaneously, right? And you're like, how the fuck,
like,
right? And it's
what?
like, yeah, and it's like, no, they didn't.
This is a setting with trillions of people.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. They had to go scurry and clear them out, and it's like, and you know, and in fact, I remember most it was pretty much consensus that it was like between 3 and 4. That's what Vader was doing. He was just like jetting around, like sticking his lightsaber in cubby holes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so this kind of pits together, you know, like some events that are like, oh yeah, okay, that could be how they would have done that. And yeah, I mean, in particular, it leads to, so far the first book handles like him, how he gets his lightsaber and like how he has to go about it. It does a second take on the how to make your lightsaber red bit, which is not much better. It's not much better than the rat ghoul nest. I think it's the rat ghouls in KOTOR 1 where you go in the caves. where you have to get it out of the eggs, right? So it's not much better than that, but it's a different version of it where it's basically like the crystals are they're almost like these living, they're not living, but they're able to project images into your head in a way that like is like through the force, and you have to basically like make the crystal bleed. And you have to do that by like going through these images it's showing you of like realities and visions of things you would want, and you have to kind of like crush those hopes and dreams in your head. So basically it's like it forces Anakin to mentally like defeat the Izanami, the genjutsu of the crystal, and like, you know, do the opposite of Gurren Lagann, where you choose to like not go the good reality and stay the course of negativity and like make the crystal bleed, and then it turns red, and then you get a red lightsaber out of it.
Dude, this sounds so fucking stupid, dude.
It's pretty dumb.
This sounds so terrible.
It's pretty dumb.
Like this, like maybe you shouldn't have gone so in depth on this after like being like, man, these comics are really cool.
There's some good stuff though. There's some good stuff.
Because this is fucking dumb.
Oh yeah, the
shit.
crystal's dumb. Totally. Yeah. So an example of something that I like that the story does is, you know, I mean, there's dumb stuff all over the stuff I like too. But one example of something good is like it shows you what Vader sees when he's meditating. And it shows you like his kind of like inner realm, so to speak. And it's this really cool like kind of hellscape that he sees himself in as he's like kind of like, you know, sitting cross-legged and sort of floating. And his whole body is just this like concentration of like fuck energy, of just like, you know, like evil texture almost. His limbs are like not hit there because they're gone, so they're kind of just like these absent voids.
So he's a torso.
He's just kind of a floating torso where the limbs are like ghost limbs, more or less, right? While he's kind of there. And then in the hellscape, like parts of his body are like reaching out and kind of spawning all over the place, like with spawn as in like Spawn's cape type of thing. And there's these little flicks of light, these little butterfly-ish things that are kind of floating around, and he's trying to basically get that shit out of his mind by like, you know, through his meditative process. And it's almost like, okay, that's the little bits of him left that Luke eventually is going to appeal to and pull him back. But he's like in the process of meditating to get what little light remains outside of him, type of thing. And I was like, oh, okay. That's you know, that's an interesting way of doing it. Visually, it certainly looks cool. And then like you can almost imagine what the soundscape would be like to have these moments of like he's going through that, and then you interrupt it with someone going like, "My lord," da-da-da-da, and then he's like back in reality, and he's like, "Oh, dude, come on, I'm doing my evil shit." Exactly, like "Fuck you, what do you want?" type of things, you know. So you kind of have that. They introduce a character in the second book that kind of it is able to like make sense of like how the fuck did Luke get a school up and running like functionally in such a short period of time with so little knowledge of the Order. He went and hung out with Yoda for a minute, got some training, and then had to figure out the rest on his own via some ghost conversations. How do we go from there into like, here's the academy, you know? So it kind of gives you some building blocks as to like how that would work, for example. It gives you some context. And you go like, oh, okay, I could see that. Yeah, he had some help in a different in different ways. And of course, it would also explain, you know, how it's like if you kind of inherit this school, then like you might not be necessarily the best headmaster for it. So, you know, that's another.
I always liked the thought that he was just kind of bullshitting it.
But he does have those books, right? That are with him on his in his isolation, the texts.
Yeah. That I guess he stole from Yoda's corpse.
they kind of they show you they have this, they introduce this like this type of Jedi that is like someone who takes a vow that is like almost like a non-interference. I don't care what's going on. I need to.
Oh wait, people are pointing out that he never read those texts ever.
Okay.
So I guess he just looked at him a little bit and was like, I'll figure it out.
And then he's like, nah, burn him. Burn him though. Yeah, so then you kind of like you get introduced to like for example, a character who is like someone who does like this kind of like penance thing where it's like, here's an example of someone that would not get involved while the Jedi were being wiped out. Someone who pretty much was like on a fringe cult, a fringe belief system that branched off, that kind of went like, I'm not going to get involved at all until like, you know, it comes down to it, until the Force brings you to me type of thing. And you gotta go, oh, okay, so this is someone he hunts down, and they have a little fight and stuff, and it's pretty rad. All in all, again, not done so far, but pretty solid. You know, I enjoy the pushback that he has against Palpatine from in a couple moments, because it's clearly like, you know, you're ruling with an iron fist. Everyone kind of hates each other in these organizations. No one really is loyal out of like, you know, dedication to the cause. They're loyal because they're waiting for an opportunity, and out of fear, you know. So it kind of like puts a little you know, like it kind of puts a framework for Palpatine being this guy that's like, I'll fuck you up, you can fuck me up, but I'm also gonna, you know, like, I'm gonna call you my friend, and I'm gonna speak to you in the way that, you know, the way I spoke to you at the opera, and with the tragedy of Darth Plagueis type of thing. And all in all, once I get through it, I'll give you a conclusive statement. But for now, the first two books are pretty solid, and I think after that, I'm gonna check out. There's another book that sounds really cool called 000. Which is it sounds ridiculous. There's like a C-3PO that like type droid that manages to fucking become ranked in the Empire somehow, and goes pretty far up the ranks and does some crazy shit or something. I don't know the deal, but I gotta go find out more about that. So yeah, pretty good comic books. And yeah, you know, I mean, beyond that,
I'm glad you liked them and found enjoyment in these.
Beyond that, there was just, you know, the usuals continue. Dokapon does its thing and so on, but that's pretty much.
Is that coming up on like a conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, maybe where the pathway to completion has been opened. So a lot of folks have been talking like, hey, any minute now type of thing, but it's not, you know, all the posts you're seeing with people kind of saying that like, you know, here we're about to hit it type of thing. It's not a hard lock. It's more just like the doorway to the credits has been opened.
So who's going to be the one to bring a gun?
Those are illegal.
Who's the one? Okay, so it's your house. Are you gonna? Hey, you know what you should do? You know what you should do for like the final sit down? You should serve everyone a steak dinner, and so that you can all put your plates to the side during the finale.
Oh, and serve them their steak knives as well.
Yes, just in case.
Okay. Were you rapid fire salt tweeting while I was talking about Star Wars?
Oh, I was actually very much enjoying my tweeting. I would not call it salty at all.
Oh, okay.
I got to post a funny meme image of Anakin crying. That gave me a nice little internal smile. You didn't hear me typing?
I was focusing on what to say next, not paying attention to your typing.
I should turn my sensitivity up. There we go. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that should come through no problem.
Oh, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I also assume you're just looking shit up or just going about your life. You know, I don't know.
Oh, I constantly have to be looking stuff up. Just talking to somebody, I have trouble maintaining my attention. It's a problem.
Okay.
People don't talk fast enough.
That would explain some things. Cool.
Everyone needs to talk like 2-3 times faster.
Well, fortunately on YouTube, you can set it to 1.5.
But then everybody sounds weird. Like really weird.
What about you? Why don't you talk faster?
Well, I was doing that and everybody seemed not happy with what I was saying. And then I started to feel bad because I felt like I was shutting down your ability to talk about the thing that you enjoyed. And I'm like, well, I don't want to actually do that.
Someone says, Wooly, please mention DMC2 and how Dante is always bad now.
What? DMC2 Dante is just boring. He's not bad.
Oh, I see. So the point would be because DMC2 ruined his character, everything they did with him later should be finalized as completely nonsense and it's fan fiction because DMC2 Dante.
Except Dante doesn't do anything in DMC2 that's like aggressively bad. He's just kind of boring.
Right. So he's ruined.
Like if Dante had a moment where like he dropped his ice cream and he shat his pants, yeah, we'd have something to talk about. But that didn't happen. In fact, the most embarrassing thing he ever does is in his breakout role in DMC1, in which he starts like bawling his eyes out over the fact that he can't fuck a lookalike of his mother.
So
which is like the thing that me and you just literally never stop harping on him because it's a defining moment of his character.
Right. So, but then by the same consistency in internal logic, that would mean that Dante's boring forever.
No, he was boring for that one weekend.
And then?
There were 3 movies that took place over decades for Anakin, and he was always a crybaby little shit.
If an entry... But, like, it's curious because, I mean, following through with the logic, though, what if an entry makes a character do something, and then afterwards that changes, what do you do to, like, accept that?
So one of the things people brought up is that Resident Evil characters
Vader was cool for one weekend.
The longer it goes on, like Leon becomes a moron and Jill becomes a stupid idiot, and etc. But like at the very least, those things happen in the future, so you can at least look at the version of them before they became idiots and go, well, at least that character was good up until this moment in time.
So what if I say,
whereas the Darth Vader thing,
what if I say he was cool for one weekend
trilogy and you're like, Darth Vader's so cool, and then you look about what he used to be like and you're like, this is literally the worst person in the world, I hate this person.
How's that not the same thing? So
if they brought out like a Star Trek like series that was Picard, well, it was Picard as a young man, and like Picard was like a child and crying all the time and shitting his pants and he smelled, yeah, I would look at TNG a little differently because that's fucking horrible.
So if he's cool in the future, when I honestly, I need help. I don't understand. I don't get it at all. I don't get how this explains it. I'm not following.
Characters can't be unruined, but there are times in which a character isn't ruined yet. You find out that Anakin Skywalker was an idiot and a baby. Therefore, going forward, his character is ruined forever.
Okay, now, boring Dante.
If Darth Vader was cool and then became an idiot and a baby, you can at least go, oh, man, at least he was cool in the original trilogy.
So, boring Dante...
yeah,
happens after first Dante.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason why
to me boring Dante is like it's not a like a I don't disagree with that point of view. I just personally find boring Dante inoffensive. I don't find anything that Dante does or says in DMC2 to be like, oh my god, this is terrible.
Well, no, but it's not about
It's just really dull.
But it's not about how much it bothers you. It's about how different it is from what he becomes. The point we're making here is how different it is, right? Vader is super different.
No, it's not about how different it is. It's about whether or not it sucks or not. It's about how bad it sucks. If it sucks, then it sucks forever.
So it's not about the fact that two different versions of the character are like at odds with each other. Because I thought the core point was that like this version of this like character is a whiny 17-year-old begging for sex, and then this version is not.
No, they're not at odds with each other. They're the same character, and part of that character sucks now, forever.
Okay.
Dante, when he's in his depressed mode and he just wants ice cream, like in the anime and DMC2, is a really, really boring character.
Okay.
So Dante clearly has moments where I want him to leave and let somebody else do it because he is boring and I don't want him there. When he's in the upswing of his depressive episodes, yeah, great, awesome.
Depressive episodes.
And people also are bringing up Raiden.
The Virgil
I
missing
Raiden
the Virgil
in
missing
MGS2 when he came out. I really did.
Well, actually, what's being brought up.
I didn't need Raiden to be saved for 4 or Rising.
Yeah, I'm moving on. But what's being brought up is was PS4 Kratos still lame because PS2 Kratos was lame?
No, PS4 Kratos is great because PS2 Kratos is an idiot.
All right.
So if in the original trilogy, fucking Darth Vader goes, oh man, I turned to the dark side because I was so sick of being a weak little baby man. Yeah, you know what? That would be a lot better. But he doesn't. He's actually just cool, and he's like, I love evil.
I'll let you guys know how comics 3 and 4 go, but so far 1 and 2, pretty fun.
How long are these comics? Like 25 pages?
Each one is a collection.
Or are they like?
Each one
are they like books?
It's a trade. It's not that thick. It's about 4 issues, I think, maybe 4 or 6 issues. So, all in all, maybe how many pages are we looking at here? They're not numbered, but yeah, it's a thin trade. It's like a, you know, same size as like a Saga or something like that. You know.
I don't.
What am I supposed to? When you ask me for how long they are, what's an example I could give you that would actually land?
A number of pages.
They're not numbered. They're not numbered, unfortunately. How about this?
I don't like. It's
about half of a manga. A typical manga size book size, about half of that.
I was just curious because like I remember reading the old Street Fighter comics and like any particular issue would be like 20-25 and I'd blow through those in like 4 minutes. Like I remember when I got the big collection, like the volume, you know, the one that had Ryu on the front, the big white one.
Yeah.
That was like an hour.
I noticed that I read comics a lot slower than I read some manga, depending on how much detail is put into the art.
Yeah, you're probably appreciating the art a lot more than I ever did.
Yeah, so I will stop on pages where there's just a lot happening in a spread, but it's only like one line of dialogue. I'll stop to take in what's happening a little bit more. Whereas like if a manga is just kind of going through it, like for example, Trigun Maximum is because if I talk about like if I were to talk about say Berserk or Vagabond, there's so much ridiculous detail. Or Death Note, actually, Death Note's a really good example of like Death Note will have these insanely detailed pieces in the middle of the story where you're like, oh my god, that's so well drawn, you know. If I were to say Trigun Maximum, that's a good example of a story where the Yashiro goes through pages where he's like, I just want to get to through the important conversation here. If I could write this page in prose, I would. There's like 4 boxes with like nothing happening in them sometimes, and you're like, what is this even a manga anymore? Like, what are we doing, bro? Right? And then you get to like the next huge like spread, and you're like, oh fuck, look at this awesome picture of like a plant, you know, with the light bulb and the city around it, and it looks fucking incredible, you know. So I will flip through those pages of nothing and then stop and study those pages of detail. But like, yeah, I find that like if the art is really nice, which it is really good, it's pretty nice in these comics, I'll take a lot more time going through it than I would something that's not as special, you know. What are you tweeting?
Oh, I'm arguing still, but I'm just thinking about like how many comics I could like. Could I go through all of these Darth Vader comics in like a day? Is that feasible?
You probably could. Have you ever? Although I mean, you know, I'm not going to tell you to go spite read just to come back and say whatever. I'm ultimately going to just ask if you ever had any moments or any books where you were reading them and then. Yeah, I know you're gonna spite read. Have you ever had any things where you read through them?
No, I mean, like I thought I did my time with All-Star Superman, in which I was able to disassociate and be like, All-Star Superman was a super fun read, and I loved it. I think it's a great comic. And then I take the quality of that and put it aside and be like, but Superman's still awful.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like, I could probably read these comics and be like, these are great comics that happen to feature a version of Darth Vader that's not awful.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the comic I read. I don't really. No offense. I mean, if it does or doesn't affect your opinion, like I didn't bring it up to sell you on it. I brought it up because that was what I was reading.
Oh, I know. I got trapped in my own mind prison.
Okay, please understand, and for forever, that anytime I talk about anything comics related, I have no interest in selling you on it whatsoever because I know you're not interested. I bring it up solely because it's something that I'm consuming and that I'm liking, and that's the entirety of it.
This is the danger of my mind prison.
Okay, it's not a sell at you. So, have you ever read through something where you stopped on the art to be like, holy shit?
Once. Literally once.
What is it?
I remember it vividly because I was reading Full Metal Alchemist, and it is it's about halfway through when Alphonse and Ed are chasing Scar, and Scar's been shot in the leg, so he's a little slower. And they finally catch up to him when Scar sees like some guards and like turns around, and then you turn the page and it is a full 2-page spread of Ed just jumping in the air and just punching Scar in the face as hard as he can. And I was really happy with both the page turn, because I love the fucking page turn as a thing, and also fuck Scar. So I lingered on that for a while.
That's good. That's good.
That's the only time I can ever think of it.
That's good. Yeah. No, I like that feeling a lot. I get that. There's some really good moments when like there's a part in Kingdom Come where, I mean, Kingdom Come in general is like fucking Alex Ross painting every panel. So you're just like, holy shit, man. You're insane. You're going to paint a comic book? Okay, let's do it, you know? And there's some parts in that where you really just kind of, you get the impact of the moment, like bunch of shitty Washington people are fucking around, and Shazam gets really angry, or Captain Marvel, I should say, gets really angry and kind of just shows up and basically threatens to collapse the ceiling of Congress on them. And it's like, I remember there being like a really nice shot there. Or when Superman returned with like the Black S, and I was like, oh fuck, that's a nice moment. But In a comic where everything's painted, you kind of just stop to see like.
You know what? I can think of another one, and it's a comic series that I did this often on, and it was Uzumaki. Because, fuck.
Oh,
there's a lot of
it was Superman. You're Superman. You're right. Sorry, misremembered.
It's a lot of fucking shit in there.
Saga had me doing that every issue. There'd be a stop and fucking stare at this page. This is awesome. Super good stuff. In terms of that art. Yeah, cool. Okay. And honestly, any of the large pieces that Yoji Shinkawa does that are like
they're all great.
Full-sized like, and you're like, oh, every fucking brushstroke, dude. Yeah. Cool. Well, anyway, yay, art's fun. What did you do?
I've been having a long streak of going back to older stuff. I tried to play more Total Warhammer 2. Talked about this on Clem's podcast. I think I hate that game, and it bums me the fuck out. I think I love every single thing about that game and appreciate it from a distance, and I hate playing it, which makes me genuinely sad. Is the most disappointed I have been in my own tastes for a while. I'm probably still going to keep trying to give it a shot and pass that hill, but I'm not giving it a lot of hope. What I've been spending with the rest of my week, I went back to Judgment, or Judge Eyes with the better name, because I got to chapter 3 in that game and I stopped, and I couldn't remember why I stopped. And then I loaded it up and I discovered why I stopped. So the Yakuza games have a lot of side content, like a crazy amount of side content. If you go look at the how long to beat, the difference between like a normal run and completionist is a fucking chasm. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah, I've been to those pages.
They're very
unhelpful when it comes to gauging how many episodes something would take.
Yeah. So I go to chapter 3 and I turn it on and I'm like, oh, I completed 24 of 25 of the friend quest lines in the 3rd chapter of the game, which is like 30 to 40% of the game's side content. And I maxed out the batting cages. And I maxed out like half of the restaurants.
Before chapter 3.
Before, like at the beginning of chapter 3. Like the instant they unlocked.
Okay.
Did them all.
Okay.
And I was like, whoa, no wonder. So I got back in and I'm now up to chapter 6. But unfortunately, what happens in chapter 6 is you unlock Quickstarter. Quickstarter is a crowdfunding app on your character's phone in which you can donate yens to unlock things. And one of the things that you can unlock is a health drink that just gives your character experience. You go to a store and you just buy experience.
So everything
and
you
it's a
did,
lot.
Everything you did up to that point.
No, that's not the problem, Wooly.
Okay.
All that stuff was fine and carried over, and I want to max out those friend things. The problem is that it will cost approximately 60 million yen to buy enough experience. And I'm now being able to tell that the game is like balanced in such a way that if you were to just play through normally, you would not even come close to maxing out your character's skill list. You would get like a third of the way through.
Wait, really?
Oh yeah.
So then,
dude, if you just beeline a Yakuza game, you will get like 40% of your skills.
Oh wow, is there a new game plus?
You are intended to beat side quests at the very least.
Is there a new game plus?
And oh yeah, there's New Game Plus. There's actually really extensive New Game Plus options.
Okay, so that's where you get the rest of it. So then, wow, that, huh? So then you're expected to grind to get that XP shrink?
Well, no, you see, here's the thing: you don't need to do that. You don't need to have all your skills. You don't even have to have half your skills, for beating the game.
Okay, sorry, I should let you finish there.
To get the final upgrade for health, for example, is like it's like a 20% increase on your health, but it costs like the amount of like 10 other skills. Like the final upgrade, the final list of upgrades for everything are like 100 times. Like they're the final row, which represents like maybe 5% of the total slots of skills, represent like 60% of the total amount of skill points you would need.
Okay. Well, then just spend it on skills. That's the way better way to go.
Yeah, no, I did. And now that I figured out a way to cheat blackjack in the game, because the seeds aren't randomly generated, and if you find the blackjack table that starts with a 9 and a jack, there's a 8 card sequence you can do so that you will always win 50,000 chips, and then you take that over to the VR cube simulator, and then you run the VR cube at the max thing so you can get 2 million yen and then turn that into XP and then buy the... Anyway, the point being, I hit chapter 6 on Saturday and have been doing nothing but the side content / grinding shit. And I'm almost done. I am almost done. My character is almost completely maxed out. And once it is, then I'll be able to fucking go through the rest of the game like bam, 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 bam.
You're pulling a min. You're doing a min max.
Those games are built to do that for the people who want to do that. No way I figured out the sequence myself. Hell no, I looked it up. I fucking looked it up. Jesus, people think
so. Other Yakuza games don't do this.
They all do it.
Oh.
The way that it usually works is side quests are usually the main source of your experience, and like 8 side quests unlock per chapter or something like that.
Okay, so what is the problem?
The problem is Judgment unlocks like huge, like Judgment doesn't how do I put this? In Judgment, half or more of the side quests in the game are your friend quests, which is stuff like go max out the batting cages or go do all the drone races or whatever. And they're supposed to be long-term goals for the whole game instead of one and done little side missions. Right? For the average person, this would make no difference. For people who go, oh, there's a bunch of grayed out icons on my map that I can make turn green if I do them all right now. It's a slight problem because it can kind of screw up the pacing if you try and do all of it at once.
I see. Well, I mean, as soon as things were available to me in like FF7 remake, I went and did them till the max that I could.
Yeah, so FF7 is a good example, right? Because in FF7, I think Chapter 5 has the most side quests in one go, and I think it's like 6 of them. And that's like 2 hours, 3 hours, right? Maybe a little more. In Judgment, when you unlock the Chapter 3 side quests, it's like 15, 20. Somebody in the chat asks, hey, what does Pat's Witcher 3 map look like? It looks like a map that has no question marks, is what it fucking looks like. What does my Spider-Man map look like? It looks like a fucking barren slate.
As long as a game tells me where the point of no return is, I'm okay playing until I'm satisfied and then coming back and dealing with it later. So, for example, when I came back later on, I think after chapter whatever it was, where fucking Whack-a-Box gets harder. And I remember being like, oh yeah, okay. So I just ignored that, and I ignored the Coliseum, and then and then when I hit the point of no return, I then went back and went like, all right, time for the final cleanup, you know, which was like handy that the game kind of lets you do, tells you. So yeah, you know, I mean, I think it's
the most annoying.
All of that is fine as long as the game gives you a warning once you're at the point of no return.
The most annoying thing in FF7 is there's like, to get Aerith's limit break,
you had to do it right
like
away.
10-minute period.
Didn't realize that. Missed it. Totally missed it.
Like, yeah. I walked right out. I'm like, oh, I'll do it later. And the answer is like, no.
Yeah.
New Game Plus it, dumbass. It's like, Jesus. People are asking me, did I do all the Assassin's Creed 2 feathers? Of course I did. That's back when I cared about achievements.
That's unfortunate.
I would not have done it now.
What does Mom say?
I don't even remember. She says almost nothing. It was very disappointing.
Yeah. From the jump, man. From the jump, I'm like, we're touching on, we're going down dangerous territory here, but you know,
is it dangerous?
I mean, I like when I guess whenever because I had larger discussions with this about so Min's brother and a guy that I used to work with both represent the worst of it, where they don't enjoy games anymore. They only enjoy achievements, and they will.
Wow, that's really depressing.
And they will literally only choose what to play based on the achievements gained per night. So they will. So like this one guy, the guy in particular, would make a list. And he would like go, this game has this many achievements I can get within the first X amount of hours, so I'm going to spend this night doing that. And he breaks it down into like literally, I will not play this game because I cannot get achievements fast enough. I can get more if I played these 3 games this night. And it was like, there's just no fun being had. Or it was...
Oh, that sounds miserable.
And like, it's like, maybe one might say that like, no, that's his way of having fun, but it was kind of just OCD to the infinity, you know?
I think, oh God, I can't remember which broke me. I want to say it's Zombie Genocider, where like getting Zombie Genocider is just so miserable that I'm like, I don't care about achievements anymore.
Right.
It's like the worst way to play the game ever.
And this was back on the Xbox 360 when it wasn't just a matter of like trophies. I don't give a fuck. I've never given a fuck, and you have to. You have to go look at them, right?
Trophies not giving you like a hard number will always seemed weak as shit.
Well, I don't care either way, but like you have to go look at them because they were added in after the fact because they were like a catch up that Sony had to do. But like with the 360, your gamer score was the number next to your name.
You could see it.
Everyone could see it.
It was right there.
So it really got to the core of anyone's completionism that was like, again, actual OCD, you know? So yeah, it just became a thing where it's like, yeah, this dude just like will not play games that he would enjoy, will not play games that are straight up for you because it's more important to spend time playing the games that will net me the highest gamer score.
Oh, that's fucking...
That's to me the end of the spectrum of achievements and how and why they're the worst. With like,
as somebody who is inside that how do I put this? As somebody who is inside that place, I do see what you mean, but there is a fucking, how do I put this? There's a distinction to be made in my mind anyway, which is when I'm doing it and I see a map with a million things on it. Like a good example is Far Cry 4 has the same problem. I stopped playing Far Cry 4 because I was clearing out the map and I wasn't enjoying it because the stuff you do in Far Cry 4 on that map just isn't good enough. In the Yakuza series, yeah, it's usually pretty good, like by and large. And it comes more from a place of, I really like this game. I want to extract every single drop of juice out of it.
Yeah, that's it, right? It's like, are you enjoying it?
I want to get all of it.
If you're enjoying
right?
it, that's absolutely it.
And
yeah.
And for what you're describing with Min, like the game seems like incidental. Like if he was a Steam player and he cared about Steam achievements, he would just load up games that had console commands and or use that program that was going around for a while back in the day that would just give you every Steam achievement.
Yeah.
Which is really funny when you look at Warframe, because Warframe has achievements for like you go up in ranks as you master weapons, and you need more weapons to get higher ranks. And there's ranks all the way up to 30. But the highest reachable rank for a long time was like 26. But people had the achievements for going up to 30 because they would just unlock them by a cheat engine.
Yeah, man. I mean, whatever. Like the cheated. Like, yeah. But I feel as if like to me it's always been about like the ones that are like cleverly implemented, when it's like, oh, a fun interaction that happened in the game that you never saw coming, and then it's like, little pop up there like, yeah, that happens, you found it, you know. Or even stuff where it's like, okay, there's a challenge here and like overcome it, you know, like get 300% stagger, right?
With Tifa,
yeah, things like that where you're like, yeah, okay, you know, that's cool. Like, I'm enjoying this process. This is fun. So that's like great. I have no problem with that whatsoever. I enjoy those things. I just feel that like there is definitely the fact that achievements are oftentimes designed not by the people that are going through the entire narrative of the game or designing the core. They're being handled by someone else in many cases. There's a dissonance in a lot of the like the design around it. You'll see
I'm still here. I'm just getting some water.
You'll see achievements that are just like go kick a bucket around for hours. Like we're just here to waste your time. It feels poorly thought out, and in some cases, you'll see things that are like, I don't know how else to word it besides meant to exploit people that are like mentally ill and compelled to seeing this bar be filled up, you know.
There's a easier word for that. It's just busy work.
Busy work, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose so.
Or padding.
And you know, and if you happen to be someone who like is just really bothered by this bar being incompleted, and it cripples you from moving forward, and you don't want to actually do this task, but you can't help but do it, that's not a net positive. That's a negative that detracts from your gaming experience, in my opinion, you know. And that's where I say that's a fucking mistake.
So, the first, there's something you just said, Wolves, that really like jumped out at me. Which was the feeling of looking at the bar and seeing the bar not be filled, and that giving you anxiety, right?
Yeah.
Or upset feelings. The core bridge to jump with OCD versus conscientiousness or neuroses or whatever is really simple. And it's the same behavior is the instant that bar shows up, I'm going to max it out, right? Mm-hmm. And the difference is it because the bar not being full makes you anxious, or is it because it makes you happy to see the bar full? Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. If the bar being empty makes you anxious and then filling it up brings you back to your default state.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That's one thing. But if you're at the default state and filling the bar makes you feel really satisfied, that's something different. And to many, it's both. Like to me, it's often both. I don't like it that it's empty, mm-hmm. and it makes me really actually thrilled and satisfied that it is full. So I get it from both ends.
If you are somebody,
that makes that very powerful.
If you are somebody who is enjoying what you're doing and mm-hmm. going out of the way to complete these things is purely a net positive, I'm not talking about you, I am not describing
so like the
anyone
Yakuza thing
who
is
is
a good example.
enjoying the game in that way. Yeah.
Where the friend quest I described, most of them are really good. And the batting mini game that I described, even to max out, it's a really fun batting mini game.
Mm-hmm.
I really like it. The problem is that when you do so much of that, you can screw up the pacing for yourself. So like, I forgot what was going on in the story.
Yeah. It's
like I went to a cutscene and I'm like, I don't know who that is.
because it had been hours.
It had been months. So first it had been hours and then it had been months. And if you've ever played one of these games, Wolves, they know that, which is why the Yakuza series has a highly detailed character biography and plot synopsis part of their menu. Where they give you a portrait of the character, up-to-date information as to what they're doing in that part of the story, what the current information you have on parts of the story is, what's happened, who's dead, etc. Because they know.
Yeah, it's that whole fulfillment versus absence feeling,
removal of an anxiety producing stimulus or whatever.
Yeah, the go-to I always think of and I think bring up is Tomo Ohira, the original American Street Fighter champion, right? The guy who like was the best Street Fighter 2 player before your Daigos and before your Alex Valles, was known as the god, and then he just disappeared, you know? And when they finally caught up with him years later to find out what happened and why, it was because it got to a point where winning a tournament netted no joy. Losing a tournament was agonizing. Winning a tournament was merely, okay, this is what should have happened. We're at 0. And that got so unhealthy that he had to just fucking stop.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
You'll win. If that is inside of you, you will be the best. You know, like if you're running on a completely different engine from everyone else you're competing with, that will take you to the top. But dear God, is it not worth it? But as soon as
what if the win pot was bigger back in the day? Like what if instead of fighting game player in SF2 back in the day, it was league player now?
Well, the point,
or Dota player now, when you could go to the international and win $1 million.
I mean, he seems to be pretty happy and living fine without it in his life, to be honest. But
screw happiness. What if you could be rich?
Okay, well,
it's better to be rich and miserable than poor and happy. This is known. Everyone knows that.
And for just a little bit more background on it, when he did kind of disappear, and like, you know, like decade goes by or more of just like no one knowing what's up, where he went to, what happened, there was a bit of a, like, you know, a mythos of like, oh, maybe he, like, I heard he became like a poker champion. I heard he went off to, you know, start playing and he took his skills into that game. And other people, like, there's all these little things about like, why, what was it, you know? And when they finally caught up with him and this happened, all of that, like why the fuck would you walk away from being the champ? Why would you walk away at the top type of thing? Everyone immediately understood and went, oh, okay, cool. Got it. Yep. Perfectly makes sense. You're dying and eating away at yourself inside every time you go to a tournament.
See, here's the thing though, that always bothered me. Die now, live later.
Yes. Okay. Would you
like
to elaborate?
You can't go back to being the champ later.
Maybe.
But you can chill out later.
Some people can, it depends on what it is. Some people that are very skilled can leave and come back and still fucking crush it. What do you mean?
Say you're a football man and football stresses you out, but you're a real good football man, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could either choose to do something with your life that makes you happy, or you could go through 8 or 9 football seasons, get bank, and then never have to worry about anything else for the rest of your life. Yeah, you'll be miserable as shit for that time period, but you could just become happy later.
When you say die now, you mean like
Inside.
Okay. I was like, what? How does this compare to not being alive anymore? Okay, destroying yourself for permanent happiness later. Yeah. Well, everyone makes that choice, right? You know what you often see when it comes to sports is you will see things like someone like be at the top of their game, walk away from it, and then like the bug will start scratching them, and then they'll be like, I think I still got it in me, and like then you hard cut to fucking Chuck Liddell and Tito Ortiz fighting in their fucking 50s, and you're like, what are you doing, guys? Because they still want to bring it back, but there's other times, like, what?
Like, let's take, for example, like streaming, right?
Mm-hmm.
I took last week off because I was getting a little burnt out, right? I streamed a shit ton of 7. I hadn't taken a break in 30 weeks or whatever since October. So I was like, I'll take a week off, right? But I am a working man streamer. I'm not Ninja, right? I'm not Shroud or whatever the kids like. If I was, however, right, say I was the Ninja, I would work every single day until they put me into the fucking hospital and then quit forever. And then be done. Well, I did my part. Time to go live on an island.
Yeah, some people do that every once in a while. You know who did that? Chris Tucker.
Who's that? Yeah, Chris Tucker totally did that.
Yeah. Every once in a while, you will find someone that does that. But most people would prefer to attempt to create a healthy work-life balance and do so over a prolonged period of time.
But think about it this way. Say at 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a work-life balance of 99% work till you're 30,
mm-hmm.
right? As long as you live past 40
mm-hmm.
and never work ever again, ever, you'll be on the winning end of that bargain.
Guess what, though? A lot of human beings feel really sad and unfulfilled doing absolutely nothing. A lot of people want even the smallest thing to do and do not mind if they have even a light task to accomplish in the long run. There is a hollowing out.
Wash yourself.
Of course. Besides that, I'm talking about...
That's a task.
I'm talking about work, right? There is a hollowing out.
That's work. You got to use the soap and the...
There is a hollowing out that occurs when you retire and have nothing else going on in life. And people probably want to avoid that by, again, attempting a healthy work-life balance. Of course, this is super, this is not applicable to all cases. I mean, there's people that are burning themselves out. A lot of people burning themselves out just to make ends meet. So, it's not always about like die now, success later. It might be die now to hit par later, to hit 0.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, like my dad was a working man, and he worked his ass off his whole life, and then he retired.
Mm-hmm.
He retired 2 years early. I think it was at 63 because his heart was exploding all the time, and he's like, "Okay,
die now."
Right? And then my dad
later
got really bored.
Guess I'll just die.
He got really, really, really bored.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Now the situation that I'm talking about only applies to if you can die now for a short period of time to live later for the rest of your life. Right? Because you're talking about a champ.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about somebody at the top of their field.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If I was working at that grocery store still, damn sure I wouldn't be talking like, oh my God. Like, I'd be like, yeah, no, what? I'm going to work my ass off to death so I can have nicer Cheerios? Nah, fuck that. But if you're like the champ or the number one or the big Hollywood celebrity or whatever, right? It's up to you to grind that out as hard as you can. And if you feel bad about it, then you just give all that to me or other deserving people. And then you can go grind more if you're bored.
Yeah, most of that is most people still don't have that. Even if you are the champ, there's still that feeling of like, I got to do something. That doesn't go away.
Yeah.
Who hit
that really bad? Sorry.
Well, I was going to say there's an intermediate step where there are people who want to do that, and you can see that they're doing their best, but also have to occasionally show up. And Eddie Murphy is someone who wants to be gone as long as possible, but when there's some bills to pay, I got a donkey inside me. I got a Netflix Dolomite special. I got something. You know, when I got bills to pay, I'll show up, pay the bills, and then re-vanish forever. But that feeling of I gotta do something, most people have that. You might not, but most people do, and that's why they don't do what you're suggesting.
So I think a really good example of this is the perfect example of the person that I hold up in the sky as how to do everything wrong is Notch. Right? Notch was a creative guy, and he made Minecraft, and Minecraft was very successful. And then Microsoft gave him infinity dollars, right? And he decided that because he had infinity dollars, what would be a really smart thing to do would be to steal a house out from under Jay-Z's nose, move all the way across the country, right? Uproot every personal relationship he has, and become a completely isolated piece of garbage, right? And then, after all of that, complain that money ruined his life, right? To which I would always see and say, okay, give it to me then. I will gladly have my life ruined by your Minecraft money, you piece of shit. Cry more, you big baby. Or, I don't know, give it all away to random people and charities.
Just to clarify, Dolomite was a passion project, and Dolomite was good, and he did do that. But the point I'm saying is that that was a project he took on, as opposed to not taking on anything.
Eddie Murphy does rent money movies.
You know, he has Dolomite was good. He fucking did what was it? He did Pluto Nash at one point. And it was just like, all right.
No. Pluto Nash is woo!
Yeah. My brother was a stand-in on that movie.
What a credit.
Yeah. So, you know, you got stuff like that. It's pretty, it's pretty, you know, but that's it. I think that what happens is if you don't think about it too much, you're going to end up being, unless you're like you're going to end up being like, damn, I want to do something. I might need something.
I think the highest calling any human being could ever have is to become an unmoving, amorphous, cube encased blob of flesh that eats and poops and doesn't contribute anything to society, but also doesn't damage society. They just live over there in their cube. I'm saying the Matrix is the shit, basically. I'm saying we should just hook up into the Matrix.
Put me back in. You want the steak?
And just put me right the fuck back in. Right back in.
Well,
now.
And
I will shoot you if you try and take me out.
See, the problem, unfortunately, is the Matrix plugging you in is not that doesn't need to be enough incentive. All they had to do was take you and drag you through the crowds of the big wet Zion orgy. And that would be enough for you to run back to your pod. We don't need to fucking entice you with the actual virtual world.
The real world is dirty in Matrix. The digital world is clean.
The wet,
the
moist Zion orgies are more than enough to scare you away from the real world.
Get me back into my clean pod.
Banging on the gel. Banging on it.
Fucking Eric Andre, let me have.
Just in the infinite fields of sentinels, yeah. All right, well, can we move on?
Yeah, I don't know how we got here.
It was your week.
Oh. Judgment's really good. I'm gonna try out Endless Space this week. A 4X game in the vein of like Galactic Civ. I fucking love space 4X games, but I never get too far. I always get to the mid game, and then you're dealing with like 90 planetary systems, and it's like every turn is like, you built this, you did that, you did right. But apparently Endless Space has a lot of cool shit going on, including a governing system where you can just like tell entire systems where it's like, just make ships until I tell you to stop. Just make food until I tell you to shut the fuck up.
And I heard there were some walls in Warhammer that got hit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The walls are unit management, and it's the combat.
Strong week for goblins.
Too slow and too fast.
Strong week for goblins.
Literally, by the way, this past week they announced a Goblin DLC for that game. Which looks great. And I will try to hit that. That's it for me, really.
Okay.
You can check out more of this crap over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt on Twitch this week. It's going to be a later week this week. I'm doing 7 p.m. And I'm also going to be hanging out over at twitch.tv/PeachSaliva on Friday.
Hey,
to do more Dark Souls 2 over there.
There you go. We did promise that this would be a bad episode. So
I did I say that?
It's the last thing we said last week.
All
right. Well, hey, if you'd like to see the escalation into the final arcs of Dokapon, you can tune into Wooly Versus. We're also going to be popping up that Streets of Rage 4 playthrough, as well as KOTOR 2. And the slate is now clear, for a new LP to start on Tuesday. So we'll be starting a new LP on the 12th. Over at Wooly Versus on YouTube and Wooly Versus on Twitch. Okay. So no ads, so we can jump right into the news. And
news. Hey, news.
The big, thing this week was the Xbox event. So there's a ton of different stories in there, and let's be perfectly honest, we got a whole lot of non-gameplay cinematic trailers. Some of them had breathy female vocals in them. And there was a whole lot of
Assassin's Creed thing is being made fun of for a reason.
Yeah.
They were hyping that up with every announcement for like a week and a half, like the first gameplay of Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Yeah, I just browsing through the list of announcements, and it was like, game is announced, click on it, see the thumbnail, see some CG going, grab the mouse of the YouTube video, scroll it, CG. There's a little bit of something that might be gameplay. There's a logo. No, that was
logo.
Fake gameplay. And then we're out. And I'm like, okay, got it. Thank you. Next. And most of the things appeared to just be that. So I don't know if you had feelings about stuff, but
That whole event was like a wet fart to me, man. Like the funniest thing, my favorite thing was Aaron Greenberg having a fucking fridge made out to look like the new Xbox.
That's pretty funny. I didn't want
that was fucking hilarious.
I consumed the event in my preferred method, which is a series of YouTube videos after it's done. So the first thing, I guess, was the Scarlet Nexus announcement. Bandai Namco RPG for the X-Sex and
fucking that name
and everything else. You see the trailer for this thing?
I probably did, but I don't recognize the name, so I'm looking it up right now. Oh, yeah, the thing that I thought was a Code Vein DLC pack.
Code Vein. Take your Code Veins. Take your Astral Chains. Astral Vein, essentially. And you put it in a very pretty world of cool things happening and bright colors, but like the most... Like, I think my brain edited out the main character's face as soon as I saw it.
Oh, dude, it's just Kirito. It's just some guy.
I yawned inside. I felt an internal yawn upon
Which
seeing
is lame
that.
because, like, the enemy type being, like, weird plant flower monsters looks really interesting.
Really weird looking enemies that are, exactly. A bouquet of flowers turned into a monster. Very strange. And I'm curious to know what's up with that. But
oh my god, I'm looking at the main character's face, and then I look away, and I forgot.
Same voice as Kirito
incredible.
In Japanese.
Get out. So it's just...
one guy says. I don't know if it's true or not. That's one guy.
Oh, no.
I just... It was one of those things where I'm like, man, I'm not checking out because I need... Like, gameplay might be cool and things might be okay. But that is a level of, like... Oh, that was so generic. I just fucking... It hit me like, right. I'm already looking at this a little bit more negatively, unfortunately. And then, I saw the monsters, and I'm like, okay. Yeah, it's an anime thing.
I hope it plays a little heavier than Code Vein. Code Vein had a lot of cool stuff, but it had that anime problem where a lot of the attacks felt like light. Like really light, like there's no weight to anything.
Yeah, I know what you mean. If there's a character creator, that'll save a lot of this. But I'll still also say that, like, there's a market. There's a market for this type of MC.
Oh, for anime?
Yeah, there's a, you know what I mean. There's a target audience that's all about it. So what am I gonna say? It's like, all right, I hope I can change that up as much as possible, but if I can't, then it's for them. But that was about it. That's all the thoughts I had on it.
Yeah, pretty much. I saw. Is that Code Vein? And then I said, no, it's not. And I went, oh, okay, I'll check that out.
The self-insert guy. Then there was the horror psychological game, The Medium.
Yes, this is being made by the people who
Bloober
made
Team. Blair Witch.
Layers of Fear, which isn't very good, in my opinion. And then they made
Blair Witch
Observer, which is really good.
Oh.
And now they're making this, and it is like laughably obvious that this is like Silent Hill's dead. Let's make a Silent Hill game.
Now, what was notable in the announcement was Akira Yamaoka involved.
Yes.
So,
the game,
cool.
Like from its trailer, looks and feels so much like Downpour that it kind of weirds me out. And Downpour was also made by an Eastern European dev and had an Akira Yamaoka soundtrack.
Although in the announcement for it, it says The Medium features a dual soundtrack by Bloober Team's guy and legendary composer of Silent Hill, Akira Yamaoka. And it's like, well, I don't know if that was the right way to play it. You maybe should have. I don't know. Unless he only made like 1 or 2 songs. Unless there was not enough music.
That's totally what it is.
Okay,
dude.
all right.
That's absolutely what it's gonna be.
They couldn't get him for the whole thing. All right, fine.
And it'll have the intro song and the credits song and like 2 songs in the middle that'll be character themes.
All right, fine. Because I was like, did you just like get some other guy in there to? I was like, no, okay. They couldn't get him for the whole thing. Fine, right. So though the trailer for this too was mostly just atmospheric rendering and CG. So hard to form any opinions.
I eagerly await this game to be promising but fucking jank.
They dropped a trailer for The Ascent, sci-fi action RPG. This too, pretty much just a big old CG trailer. And Curve Digital, developer Neon Giant. It's not much to
I literally
say.
watched the whole thing and can't remember a single fucking game from its title.
What's there?
Like you're saying like The Ascent and I'm like, what is that?
Oh no, wait, this one
This is a movie.
No, this one had some gameplay in it.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah,
I was so excited, and then they moved the camera, and I was like,
Yeah, this was the one that actually had a lot of isometric looking cool locations. Yeah, man, I'm down. Ruiner was cool.
Yeah, it was. It's just like when I look at that perspective, I don't want to see lots of shooting, you know? I want to see characters slowly moving up to a character and then talking to them.
Oh, okay. I know what you mean.
So like so this trailer was like a double letdown because it was like the cinematic look made me think it was like going to be like a big budget like
story
RPG like Blade Runner thing. Mm-hmm. And then they cut to the perspective and I'm like, oh, okay. And then they start shooting and it looks like Diablo. I'm like, oh.
I know what you mean. It's like it's like if I saw like a life bar and a character bouncing from a side view and then they walk forward and then the screen scrolls and then a shop is there and then they turn to the shop and they start buying items. I'm like, oh, well, okay. Yeah. There was the chorus from Deep Silver. And
I feel like I'm having to look up every single one of these.
Yeah, but this was the one that this is what I mixed up with The Ascent. The chorus, which is also this was a big old CG, like no gameplay thing.
There could have been that part where the ship flipped. That could have been gameplay maybe. But I doubt it.
So to recap, that's Scarlet Nexus, The Medium, The Ascent, and the chorus.
And then Scorn also had a CG trailer, which I don't know what Scorn is supposed to be, but it looks very like it looks more Giger-esque than Giger, considering there is a dripping robo penis in it.
Didn't see it.
I could not believe that we saw the drip off of that robo penis.
You're gonna make your robo penis in Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I suppose I am.
Get used to the drip. Embrace it. Learn to love it.
No.
Is what you will say at first before you discover the truth about embracing your... All right, I don't know where this is going.
What the fuck are you talking? What do we just?
I don't know. Cyberdong is powerful, dude.
When I get to Cyberpunk, I cannot wait to see what happens when I replace like 99% of my body with augmentations.
I thought you were going to say with dicks.
Well, are they augmented? Become a human Marlboro, man.
Just be like that eyeball monster from Power Rangers Season 1.
Yeah.
Call of the Sea from Otherworldly. I got nothing. I just, Oh, it's Scorn did. Yes, Scorn. I did see Scorn. Never mind. And that actually showed off some gameplay. True. I remember now. Yeah, there was some creepy shit.
Call of the Sea did have gameplay, but we don't know what the gameplay is. I bet it's like The Witness. I bet it's puzzles.
Bright Memory.
So Bright Memory is weird because it got announced, and I'm like, that's weird. And then a friend of mine was convinced that that game was fake because it was only made by one person, and that was a fake game. And then you go to Steam and type in Bright Memory, and you can fucking buy it right now.
Yeah, so that's why the headline is Bright Memory Infinite adds an Xbox sex version, and a new gameplay trailer was released. So it's being.
And then you go to the Steam page, and it's Bright Memory Infinite is
FPS.
The store description is really confusing. I'm going to assume it is a re-release with more stuff and cleaned up and 1.0 release or whatever you would call it.
All I know is it involves time traveling, samurai, and wormholes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I scrolled through and I'm like, I saw so little gameplay from stuff that I kind of just checked out from it. So I don't know if there was anything else that struck you, but I was kind of like, eh.
I came away from that whole thing going, well, I'd like to see like a gameplay demo of the Assassin's Creed thing. Where they take the 10 minutes and go, this is what the difference between our Viking guy is, and he can hide in the bushes or whatever. And I didn't even get that, and I didn't even get a game like that. That's literally all I wanted to look for, and I didn't get it. Though it was cool that Yakuza is now a straight up multi-platform series. Yakuza's is coming to the Xbox, and leaked a little bit beforehand, but there's a Steam page right now for Yakuza 7. Well, it's not called 7 out here, but Yakuza Like a Dragon. And this will be their brave, fresh new start on the future of being a real video game.
One guy says, I did PR for the game. Bright Memory and Bright Memory Infinite are different titles.
They're different titles?
Yes.
Then they really need to make that way clearer, because that is unclear.
Well, thanks, PR person, for clarifying. I hope that was not a lie. Nah, why would who would? Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, Yakuza had more footage as well. That's true. There was some more of that, but,
which is weird because that game is out.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I like, I didn't really bring it up because it's like, well, yeah, we've seen a lot of footage.
You want footage? You can go get some.
There's tons of. You can go watch Like a Dragon all you want. Not much to say about that. You can see it. There it is. So anyway, that was the Xbox event inside.
Do you kids like Xbox? So they said that they're gonna have like one of these like every month or like every 6 weeks.
They're gonna have an announcement every month. I think. Yeah, I believe was what the.
And all I can think of is that I hate that. I hate that so much because this one sucked. So for fuck's sake, please God, just combine all of them into one. that's like 4 hours long
God.
and has at least one cool thing
That
for
sounds
real.
like a distant baby. It's so fucking. That's not a
What's
cat.
that?
That's not a cat. That sounds like a distant baby, dude. It's fucking.
That's the baby.
Sounds
Come here, buddy.
so not like. Oh man.
Come here, buddy.
Okay, there. That's a bit more like accurate.
Dude,
Some of those noises.
this cat yells.
Are way too human.
There's an old story Paige likes to tell to crack me the fuck up. So she used to live with a roommate, right? And he'd bring a chick home or whatever. And the chick would see Elmo, the cat, and Elmo would start screaming and wailing, right? And she would be like, "Oh my God, do you abuse this cat?" And he's like, No, he's just like that. He's just like that. We feed him tons. He's fat. And like the cat would like literally cockblock the roommate. Oh, that's why he's screaming. Excuse me. Wooly, could you start up the new news story? I need to feed this dumb bitch.
Oh, I needed to go get an energy drink and refill my water.
Oh, that's perfect. I'll make a coffee. We'll make a break of it.
Well, then we will hit the short break.
See you guys in a bit. How do I do this?
Yo. Okay, we're good?
We're good, and we've been joined by our furry, scratchy co-host. I've also been informed to let everyone know that, in fact, it was not one roommate that hated this cat. It was 3 different roommates who Elmo blocked all of their cocks. Because he's an asshole like that.
So, yeah, whatever with that event. Just big old hand waves. All right. Well,
so what else is up in the news?
Yeah, other stuff that was a little bit more interesting. Some dudes left Respawn and founded a new studio called Gravity Well. Specifically, the senior producer on Titanfall 2 and producer on Apex, and the senior programmer on Titanfall and lead programmer on Titanfall 2 and Apex. Both founded a new studio called Gravity Well. So, who knows? But the statement they put out pretty much says they're aiming to make AAA. So that's the
so there's a real
scale.
Common path now, which is, the big studio won't make us make what we want to make. Let's go make an indie developer. Hey, their indie game did pretty well. Let's get bought out by a big studio. The big studio won't let us make what we wanted to make. Let's go make an indie studio, like over and over and over and over again.
I like the yacht club. I like the yacht club version of the story, where Yacht Club comes out of game Way Forward, and they both continue to be cool.
And the fact that they say we're looking at making AAA means they're going to get stuck right in the cycle immediately.
A smaller AAA team seems like the gist of what they're going for. In their message, they said once your dev team crosses around 100 people, everything changes. It's nobody's fault, but big operations move slowly. We're not going to do that. We're going to build a team that caps out at 80 to 85, and we're going to, and they're going to aim for that size and still deliver.
I feel, I mean, I don't work in game development, right? I think that putting a hard cap at a specific number to go like, oh man, you hit 100 and it's all down, like, is like short-sighted as shit.
It's
like a specific number. I don't think is the problem, guys.
No, I mean, you know, these dudes have tons of experience with like how these processes like work, and I'm sure that it's not like something that hasn't been thought about. But I would say that in many cases it's much more critical to like assign or work on something that is to scale with what your team can make, right? You don't over design, you don't allow you cut out bloat, and you certainly avoid feature creep as much as possible to not get to a point where you're like, well, shit, the thing on our plate needs another,
let's hire another Korean
people.
Dev studio
to
just crunch on this feature.
You know, definitely you want to, that's the bigger thing, is like, if you manage this, the scope of what is on your plate in front of you, you don't have to worry about the backside that much. But it's fucking hard, obviously, and you know, like as described, it's like it just happens sometimes where you find unexpected things and you end up bloating. The project ends up bloating way past its expected time and size and date. So, you know,
it's fascinating because like we talk about crunch relatively often here, Naughty Dog, Rockstar, everybody else. And I talked with Clemps about Yoshi P over on FF14, and it's like, hey, management is really hard on a game. Figuring out how long things is going to take is really, really, really hard.
Okay.
And if whoever's in charge of that fucks up, it sucks ass for everyone.
Okay. So, for perspective, it's really hard when you are making something on your own. If you're making a piece of like a comic, or you're working on a script, or you're just working on your own project of any kind, it is very hard to nail your scale, your scope, your size. A lot of things about the project that you start, whatever medium you choose, evolve as you go, and you end up realizing things once you're rolling on you're already on the road, and you've got to swerve left and right to adjust. A giant katamari of a project that involves 100 people all contributing their work to the same thing. You have these stories about the draconian Japanese dev that rules with an iron fist and tells everyone exactly what to do because
and where to sleep.
Shit, I have hiccups combined with a unclear throat. That sucks for podcasting. But yes, you end up with, imagine how hard that is to control when you're rolling this giant beast down the road, and like you're dealing with everyone's contributions. Some people are overstepping what they thought they could take on. Some people are saying, I can do all of that, and they can't even do half of it. And other people are going to be way finished with what you gave them and like be like, oh yeah, give me more. And you're just, it's this giant, always evolving thing of like tasks in people's hands are never going to land on the deadlines they're given. They're always going to fly far above or far underneath. And a lot of it has to do with, if you look at something in a game and you go, that looks janky, I can do better than that. And then you hit the drawing board again, and then because
people aren't all going to be at the same skill level or speed. And those two things aren't even necessarily correlated. More time for someone doesn't add up to the time somebody else puts in, for good or bad. I got a buddy of mine who works in, let's say computers, right? Mm-hmm. And he works on a lot of stuff with a lot of people. He's got a lot of people doing his kind of job. Everybody's got their sections, right? And he finishes his work at a higher quality at about 4 times faster than everybody else in his department. Whatever happened, either he's super smart or it just happens to cater to his skills. And he'll get days where back when he was working on, in the office, he'd be going in and just playing fucking phone games all day. And his boss would come out and was like, shouldn't you be doing something? And he's like, there's literally nothing for me to do. I'm waiting for the guys on this side to send me more shit. And I am sending the shit down there, and they're telling me to stop because they can't handle all the shit I'm sending them with their workflow. Right? So, shrug. You throw a bunch of those types of people, and the opposite, of course, in a big thing. Yeah, that's hard as shit to manage.
Yeah. Say what you will about the leaked Valve handbook from years ago.
Oh, yeah.
But one thing that it absolutely nails is there's nothing more important than hiring. There's nothing more important than hiring. Hiring is the most important thing. Hiring. They have this giant bold like, holy fuck, do not mess this up part of it, because the whole structure of the company being free form and kind of like do what you want, wheel your desk over wherever you want to, all that shit is like hire people that could be your boss or whatever. All of that is like, if this only works if the people that you're working with are competent and capable,
Yeah.
And again, say what you will about however that works out, but the idea of like, you need, like, hiring is super important. It's just like there's a lot of I don't know what the word for it is, but something I would see often in the industry while at the office and just seeing things. One of the biggest problems, dude, is people that are really good at bullshitting the interview process, and they're professional.
It's a talent.
They're professional.
It's a skill
interviewees. Like,
yeah,
the job interview is their skill. The resume is not 100% accurate, and the skill set is not 100% applicable, but we can massage things here and there. And I watched so many people land production jobs and land producer positions that had never done anything like it before, have no experience with how this actually works or what to do.
And that's not even getting into the people whose brother's, sister's, cousin's roommate is a buddy of them
Oh yeah,
on
yeah,
the team.
I'm not
already.
even talking about the relationship stuff. I just mean straight up, like, we're watching someone jump diagonally and they're really good at at the interview process, and then they nail it, and then they get there, and then it takes time before anyone realizes they don't know what they're doing. And there's a way you can go about your day-to-day where you gather enough information to get context clues about what the fuck you're supposed to do, and then sort of do that while relying on other people to fulfill these tasks. And you just massage a bunch of emails and send them around. And
yeah, man.
It is, when you see it happen, and then when you see it land, and then the process continues, and you're like, this is a time bomb waiting to happen. What the fuck are you gonna do? Go in and just be like some fucking, like, you know what I mean? Like, think about, like, you're just gonna be like some guy that you're gonna go to the person who hired them and be, hey, don't have, you know, you can't, you just watch and you sit back and wait for it to blow up, and it always did, you know. But
and there's projects in which, for either somebody wasn't paying attention, or it was bad luck, or there was poor management as well, in which you're looking at it and there's like, it's not like a couple guys got in, it's like a third of the staff hustled their way in, and it's a countdown to the project just completely fucking disintegrating.
yes,
Because no one's actually doing anything.
now this is not to say that there has not been people who inherited gigantic burning dumpster fires. I've also watched the opposite happen, where someone otherwise competent was given something that was destined to fail. So the powder keg is you know, exists from one side or the other. There's both scenarios happening. But one thing is for sure is that, like, there are people that do get hired into positions that, like, really weren't ready for them, but, you know, needed to make that jump and did, and nailed it. And then, you know, at that point, they usually get to dip out after the failure, and then can rock that on that credit on the resume and be like, yeah, producer. You know,
it's funny because I've just been thinking of, like, managing the beast, right? Turning the ship is a combination of talent, skill, and experience, right? The talent and skill are what make you good, and the experience is what lets you know what would be a good idea actually sucks shit and won't work at all. And because the industry crunches people so bad and people burn out so hard, it's actually tough to get people that actually have all three of those things. It sucks.
Wooly's business class pro tips, episode 3, because I think I gave 2 of these before on my own stream. Here's your third tip, folks. If you are in charge of hiring and you get a resume and it says something to the effect of producer 2018, that's a much cleaner way of saying producer March to April. But instead of saying March to April, it just says 2018. Ask about that.
Ask for details.
Ask about that. If you see no months, if you see if you see something like 2007 to fucking 2015, then whatever, that's a fucking vet, you know. But if you see a single year in a bracket with no range and no month specified, ask about that. That might be a little bit because, you know, in your brain, in the best case scenario, oh, that means from January 1st to December 31st, you are a producer. You must know what you're doing, not, oh, you got in there for 3 weeks and got the fuck out. So, you know, if you happen to find yourself in this position, don't let that slip under your nose.
Speaking of getting the fuck out, there's the dark underbelly of getting out with your credit, which is getting out without your credit. My favorite one ever is
I'm people are being. I caught y'all. I'm telling them about it. Yeah. I know all the tricks, guys. I know all that shit. I studied. I had business. Like I know the fucking game, bro. Ugh.
So getting out without your credit always cracks me up. The one that I always think of is, I can't remember the guy's name. I was just trying to find it. But it was either a director or like one of the big producers on Dragon Age 1, who was like one of the defining, pushing creative forces behind that game, because he's like, hey, let's make a new Baldur's Gate, kinda, right? And Dragon Age 1 came out and it was great. And then in the pre-production for Dragon Age 2, the EA started to put their fingers in, right? And Dragon Age 2 started to look like it was going to, and he was set to direct it. And before Dragon Age 1 even shipped, he's like, I'm out. Bye. I am gone.
Caught the whiff.
Don't put my name on that one. Dragon Age, good. I did it. But I'm going to look somewhere else. Nuh-uh. And the reason he did that is because that guy had experience. He had the knowledge to look at what was going on and go, I am getting the fuck out of here.
Yes, sir. I mean, you get two choices, right? You get that, or you get to go the Itsuno route on DMC3 and be like, fuck me, we're fixing this. This is not what I'm being known as. I am not being known as
how much control you get, right?
I am not being known as the DMC2 guy. Fuck all of you. We're doing this again.
Capcom has a lot of flaws, but for whatever reason, when they give somebody a project, they seem to let them do whatever the fuck they want with it. Like, Dragon's Dogma lost them a lot of money. A lot of money. And then they still let Itsuno do whatever the fuck he wanted with 5.
Here's another thing. When Capcom's projects have enough, when there's enough of a timeline for them to go through updates, they usually end up in a pretty good place compared to launch. In many cases, a lot of obviously, like the fighting games they put out, like by the time you get to the final iteration of it, you're like, okay, that's the solid one. Netcode notwithstanding, gameplay wise, you get to that point, But yeah, man, when the writing is on the wall, you can fucking feel it in the room. When you awesome, walk by the desks of the people you work with, and you're all working on a stinker. You can feel it in the air, dude.
Would you describe it as like sweat having like an audio cue? Like you can hear sweating.
What you're hearing, right? And this is like super real, dude. Is everyone in each department will have like a personal cause about there's a lot going wrong with the game. They will have a personal cause that is from their department that they have the chance to save, and
dude, I'm gonna fix the menus in this thing.
Yes,
they're gonna look good.
Yes, like I can't save the rest of this system. I can't save the stealth from being not what it used to be. And dear fucking God, I hope people are not mad about Jarrett being not what he was.
I wonder what you're talking about.
And the lighting and the stealth is just okay.
Oh, what?
But
it's great. Oh.
But I am going to fix these menus because that's what I can do.
What could you be talking about?
And everyone has a cause, dude. And they're going to be like trying their hardest to talk to their immediate superior to get that person's superior or the producer of that to give them the bandwidth to fix it. And they will and they'll be basically like, hey man, how's it going? Still trying to get them to realize that, I like this is, you know, and I just give me, like, I have to work on this. This is the priority right now, and I get it, but this is so bad, and as soon as people get their hands on it, they're going to be really upset. And you just have to put tunnel vision on and focus on this one thing, and you're like, I can get this one thing fixed. And everyone has their own thing, and none of them are being allowed to do it.
Because everyone has different priorities, and they're all fighting for time.
And they're all being told, no, not those things. There's a fire over here that needs outing.
Let me ask you a question, because I have my own suspicion. But when you're in that situation and you have everybody's like, no, I can do this one, right? I can make the save games work, or whatever, right? How much of that per person is personal pride? And how much of it is, when I walk into an interview, when I fucking quit this place, I can say that, yes, I did work on that game, and yes, that game was a piece of shit, but I worked on the one part that wasn't.
Well, I suppose it depends. Are you someone who wants to finish what you've been handed so that you can immediately jump over to the team that's working on a way better project that's more exciting and fulfilling? So you want to get this shit done and get something much more fulfilling in your life? Or are you the guy who puts swinging in Spider-Man 2?
Yeah.
It depends. It depends. What kind of person are you? If you're that guy, then you're that guy.
Dude.
And you will be known as that guy. But you've got to do that
I just
under the desk
and
at nighttime when no one's paying attention. And sneak it into the fucking build.
And by remembered, I mean imagined what it would be like to work on a game that is burning down while the guys literally 100 feet away are working on the new hotness. And you know that once your fire is put out, that you can go across the hall and start working over there.
Literally.
Oh my god. What possible possible desire do you have to put this fire out when if it burns down, you can get to the good shit faster?
The fact that you don't want your name to be on a lost cause, you know?
I guess.
You'll want it to be good. You really do. But you get met with resistance all the way up to the end, and in many cases it's like, if it was up to me, it wouldn't have been like this. You know?
And then the people who knew better right at the beginning get to go, I told you motherfuckers, I swear to God. And then the person whose fault it is goes, listen, now's not the time for blame.
You ever see that meme of the guy who's having a hard time sleeping and he's crying, and his blur from the fence behind him outside the window is Devil Trigger playing distorted through an outside speaker? There's a party in the next room and everybody's working on it, and you're stuck doing cleanup over here. You're stuck doing cleanup. And hey, listen, dude, compliance is the job that stays behind when the game has fucking gone gold, right? We are looking at the release candidate when everyone's finished their work last and catching the problems. And when I find a problem and I go, oh fuck, guys, you made two types of saves. You made a save container for the profile, and within that, you made separate saves that are associated with the container. But if for some reason the container gets lost and replaced with a new one, these new saves can be loaded on a profile that doesn't belong to it, breaking everything. The person who worked on that has to be either one, yanked from where they are,
which they're not going to want to do,
and thrown back onto this, or they have to get someone else who's never done that to take over and try to reverse engineer what the first person was. And both of these people don't want to talk to you. They don't want to see you.
Well, because you made the problem for them in their mind.
You know?
You literally invented the problem for them.
And it's like, guys, this game will be fucking dunked, flunked, and absolutely failed. Because if I found this in the first day of my like 7-day pass or 13-day pass.
The guys who work over at Sony and Microsoft are going to find it within seconds.
Seconds. And there's just no getting around this. So you have to fix it. And it's like ripping you out of the party and throwing you back in the fucking hell zone to deal with this is the worst, dude. It is a demoralizer. But
no dessert for you until you finish your broccoli, and you're like about to you've successfully hid the broccoli on the floor, and you're about to take a bite of your pie, and then they find the broccoli and they go, no, eat the broccoli off the floor fast.
Compliance, quality assurance is, we are the doctor that gets to say, I'm sorry, it was stillborn.
That was a bit of a dark analogy.
We are the ones who smack the ass and we hear no cry. And
Jesus.
And we hear nothing.
You couldn't have gone with something a little less horrible to listen to?
And they're like, what's happening? And it's like, guys, it's not going to ship.
Oh, and then the mom and dad look at you and go, "You killed our baby.
What did you do?" And it's like, it's we can't ship it. It's not going to ship.
Put it back in. See, this is where the analogy starts to just completely fall apart.
Yeah. Well,
this one needs a little extra time.
Can't fix that.
Like it's funny because like I've gotten the experience.
Okay,
like,
wait, we can fix it. We can fix it, but we have to put it in the incubator, in the fucking.
It's gonna take a lot of time.
It's going to the ICU, and it's going to the ICU.
If you had just kept it in there for an extra couple weeks, we wouldn't have to do this for a month.
All right,
so
it's in there. It's in there. You guys can't go anywhere. We're stuck in the ICU for the next 30 days. We got to figure this out. This is where we live now.
It's interesting because like QA and compliance and all the stuff that is like the nuts and bolts of this shit has to work, dog. It has to turn on, is obviously vital, right? But from knowing many, many, many testers over my life and talking to industry people, there seems to be a significant portion of the devs that look at QA and compliance with like antagonism by default, because it's not that I made the mistake making it. Mm-hmm. It's you created the problem by finding it.
Yeah. I told you guys about the nervous smoking man already. I told you guys about your stupid testers are ruining our game. I told you guys about the please ensure that your testers do not use snarky language such as please ensure and all that. But ultimately I'm describing though a feeling of like every department is working in the last phase of a game that you all know is not what it should be and is a far cry from the vertical slice. And you're like, what do you got? What can you do? I can't mentally just check out and come in for the next X amount of who knows, and be spiritually dead. So I'm going to find a cause and I'm going to save it. I'm going to save this one part of the game. I know I can fix it.
Dude, you should go take a look at, if you haven't, the no clip documentary on FF14, because FF14 was the biggest trash fire ever, and every part of it was broken. And they interview like Yoshi P, and he comes in, and it's like the thought process of putting the fire out. It's like, okay, can we save this? No. What can you do? Almost nothing. What is left? Okay, work on this, and this, and get ready to throw all that work in the trash while we make a new game on the side. Because it is just so, like, the failures are so dramatic. Like, can you improve the frame rate? No. Okay. Can you improve the map? No. can you improve the servers a little? And then they get like a couple weeks in, and it's like, burn it down. Just let it all die. And it's this thing where they're putting up updates to improve the game just to buy time for the new one. And the fact that team was able to turn it around at all with almost the same staff, just because of like the change of like 2 management positions, like shows just how important the whatever captain is steering the ship is.
I will say that the energy I'm describing is very particular to in-house when you're working at the studio.
Because if you're working third-party bug testing,
bro, third party, like when something when when I fucking hit that WLAN switch, put the PSP to sleep, wake it up, extract the memory stick duo, and then mash the sleep button, and then the save file on a fucking shitty dating game corrupts the firmware and makes the firmware die. We are like, just straight up Maury dancing like an 8-year-old baby in the fucking right, running chest bumps because we fucking nailed it, and it's super different energy from being in the studio.
It's the energy that you brought to and infected all of us with.
Yes.
When we did Best Friends, where we'd be LPing and the game would just start to melt and everyone would start cheering.
Yes. Woo! That's it. That is my favorite contribution of anything, is the energy of, we found the bug, can we make it go further? And when it dies the hardest, you're like, yeah! Look at it go, look at it go, look at it go.
Wrestling game that we played where like it was Rey Mysterio got stuck mid-fall on a fucking ladder and would just keep teleporting back to the upside down position on Kurt Angle.
Guys,
it's the most exciting thing I've ever seen.
If you watch people who hit a bug in their game and they just go, oh no, and then they hit the pause button and exit and restart it, you're being robbed. You're being robbed
of some joy, man.
Of such pure entertainment, such pure joy. You can't come in with the wrong energy. Bugs are absolutely a reward, and you have to realize them for what they are. You know? So that's it, man. That's what it was. When you're out in the fucking trenches, that is a completely different story, dude. Because you're just like, hey, we got it. We did it. We did our job. And
then you get to the end of your contract, and you're like, this shit ain't gonna pass. And then you shrug.
You know?
Guess it's their problem now.
At the end of the day, it's your job to find it and tell them. And then they do whatever they can. If you don't find it, you're fucked.
Oh, yeah, because that's literally what they hired you to do.
You are fucked. Do not find it. But if you find it and then they go, we don't care, you're like, well, you know.
Then you hope that they fail submission, right?
Yes. Well, no, but no, but the stubbornness of like fighting you on suggestions where you're like, the game's not going to come out, and they're like, yeah, we don't care, and I'm like, no 3.6.1 it will not ship, and they're like, fuck off, and I'm like, all right, catch you later.
Enjoy your lack of your game shipping.
Catch you later. You know, you get to
has that ever happened to you that you did that and then the game didn't ship and then they came back to you?
Absolutely.
What is that conversation?
When it's been when the thing has been found? Yeah,
you're like, don't do A.
Oh yeah.
Or your ship won't ship. And then they go fuck off, and then they find it and it doesn't ship, and then they come back to you.
It happened to me directly as a tester, and then it happened to me when I was in charge of the department. And usually they're trying to find the person whose job it was or whatever the case is. And if your job as the manager of the department at that point is to go, our team found it, my guy totally told you about this. Here's the email of you being told about it. Here's the bug. Here's the conversation. Here's the shutdown.
Here's you saying fuck off.
And this is our and this is evidence of our jobs being done. That goes to the next person. They basically oftentimes will have on our side, they'll be like the bosses will go like, yeah, okay, we did our jobs. We just got to soften this for the client. And basically it'll go to a producer who can then get on the phone, because email was you know, it needs to be massaged more than an email. And the producer can get on the phone and go, hey, if you take a look over here, we have evidence. Our testers found it. They reported it. Here's everything you need to know. And it looks like this guy over here, Jean Gauthier, said no, I don't know, whatever, fucking JG, JF, JM, what, insert name for random thing, said no, fuck you, I don't care, tell your testers to die.
So, take that, so they bring the buck to you, and then you give the buck back to them with a name.
And they get to go, okay, we'll follow up and let you know. And then they go back to their side with the devs, and they have whatever discussions they need to have, and then you never ever hear about it ever again.
But you suspect.
Well, you know. So,
why is the QA team telling us that they told you and that you told them to fuck off?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. It's honestly, it's hard to not feel satisfied when you get to shut down that like attitude, you know? You're like, why are you being snippy with me when I'm trying to help you? You know? So but you're like, we don't want the game to fucking fail. You know what I mean? But you definitely build up sometimes a resentment for like, all right, the people on this thing are just, they don't care and they hate us. And what am I supposed to say, you know? And anyway, it is a wild ride being on the outside in the third person, third party department, you know. But when you're inside, there's a whole lot more concern. It's a lot different. You know. I'm sure
game development seems like it sucks shit, dude.
It's a lot more glamorous on the outside.
There seem to be very few teams that actually have it on lock. Like Supergiant, everybody seems really happy, and nobody gets crunched, and they make fucking killer shit.
They do.
And you're like, wow, that seems like they would actually have fun.
Yeah. If you don't see, if you're okay with not maximizing every single stone for all the blood you can get to then convert that blood into money, then you can land somewhere nice. But it's very important that the people that make decisions are okay with your general well-being being somewhat of a priority, and we can still make projects, and we can still, land something that will make a profit, hopefully. But like, you're not going to, treat people like subhuman garbage on your way to trying to acquire that profit.
Is Team Cherry still 3 people?
I would assume so. I don't know.
Because they're taking forever on Silk Song, and by all means, fucking whatever. Just do whatever you need to do.
All right, so a couple quick other things here to just move on to.
Holy shit.
Fucking RoboCop is in Mortal Kombat 11.
Cool.
MK11 Aftermath, Fujin, Sheeva, RoboCop. Now the real question is, will his X-ray consist of unloading an entire magazine into your dick? And
hopefully,
I fear the answer is no. But I really, 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 really wanted it to be.
Did you see our RoboCop remake?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh man.
I want to see RoboCop unload the entire magazine, reload it, and empty a second one all into your dick in the form of his X-ray attack.
Into the dick, right there.
Excuse me, fatal blow.
It's called a fatal blow now.
Yeah. That's why flashes on when your life bar is about to run out. And there's a story mode continuing where they left off in the...
Which seems really baffling.
Yeah. We end on such a, like, world resetting note that where do you go from here? And then it's like, well, some shit happens, I suppose. I really find it weird that, like, I think everyone drew the same conclusion. We are creating a whole new franchise after this, right? Like, it's going to have the name Mortal Kombat, but we're going to a whole new world of who cares, right? Time fuckery and nonsense. We want...
So I did not feel that way.
Really? I thought...
Yeah.
The takeaway I had was we are setting up the next game to have an all-star cast of favorites that it doesn't matter when or where they came from, and it doesn't matter whether the story has passed the Dragon King era or not.
Dude, they're literally going to restart at Mortal Kombat 1 again.
Yeah, possibly. But
they're just going to... Like,
but
the Mortal Kombat thing is so weird because the first 3 games are cool and everything after was lame, so they're just going to keep going back in time over and over.
But MK1 with new characters and different shit.
Yeah, sure. They'll add, like, the Whisper of Fate.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, I have no problem with it being, like, completely crazy different and new, you know?
It will not be completely crazy different and new, Wooly.
Okay.
Scorpion... will be there.
Okay.
He will not like Sub-Zero.
The ending seemed to be a point at which, from here on out, we're going to do some crazy shit that leaves this timeline behind.
Wooly, I completely agree with you. I just have no faith in Mortal Kombat to actually do that.
Okay, well...
they're totally just going to redo it again.
Yes. This is not my point. This is not my point. The point I'm trying to make is, at the last second before we get this reboot, DLC campaign has to happen where Shang Tsung waltzes through a portal with Sheeva and RoboCop.
Yeah.
And they all go, no, wait! Before that, there's this. And it just seems like a really wacky moment to be like, okay, all right, one last romp with this roster. You know, gotta do it. Because it's fighting game stories, you know? And then fucking Chronica is gonna have she showed up in the trailer for a second, so I'm like, okay, we're doing that again too.
I think the wildest thing possible is that we are 2 timelines in, and Sub-Zero has never beaten Scorpion once.
We're gonna enter into a new timeline where the whole thing is gonna be like just thinking of Kotal Khan and just the memory from Raiden being, he must not walk. No matter what. We have to, in a million timelines, we have...
I read that goddamn I read that fucking MKX comic and
shit,
fucking,
dude. They're gonna find a way. Like, there's gonna be all these close calls where like a sinkhole will open up right next to his legs,
oh, man.
Or like an arrow will land like right in front of his knees, and everyone's like, "Oh shit! Oh, I don't know what am I thinking of? Is it? I'm thinking of.
I feel so bad for Aztec fans because the past generation of fighting games made the Aztec characters job harder than anyone ever. Necalli came and went in like 10 minutes.
I'm trying.
And Kotal Khan was like actively character assassinated despite being the coolest new character in that game.
I'm trying to remember a comedy. It was a cartoon or a comedy show or a movie or something where there's a character that we all know is either like blind or in a wheelchair or something, and we see the flashback of like when they didn't have that, and then there's all these fake close calls. Do you know what I'm talking about? Does that ring a bell? Of like,
it does.
Like, it's like, what was it? There's something
because you're like, what happened? And then it ends up being like,
was it Family Guy?
People are saying Hot Tub Time Machine. Is that possible?
Hot Tub Time Machine? Ah, that sounds like Hot Tub Time Machine. Maybe. What was the
That sounds like the kind of dumb
What was the character?
I don't remember.
What was the character in Hot Tub Time Machine? That sounds correct.
I'm going to Wiki right now.
The snowplow, the arm. That's what it was. There we go. The guy with the arm. And you're like, how did that happen? And there's all these moments of just like, oh my God, is that how it happened? And it's like, no, that's not how it happened. And there's all these fucking close calls. Yes. I remember now. Hot Tub Time Machine. Where they're just like, you're just wondering the whole time, how did he lose his arm? Yeah. That's exactly it. So just Kotal Khan having all these weird moments of his knees almost getting blown the fuck out, but it never lands, and everyone stops whatever they're doing to stare and be like, oh, is this it? Is this how it happened? No, that wasn't it. Oh, okay. Yep.
Captain Marvel did that too.
With Nick Fury's eye.
Yeah, with Nick, yeah.
Mm-hmm. How'd you lose your eye?
It's actually it was really cool.
Fighting a bunch of fucking
like 10 aliens,
space scrolls. It was wild. Saved the planet.
Oh, it's nuts, dude. Oh.
Yeah, man. New campaign. One last romp before we get to the new universe. And
this really one feels like for funsies because the actor for Shang Tsung came back.
Yeah, of course. And it's fucking RoboCop.
I hope RoboCop's in the story.
I mean, if Terminator shows up and Spawn shows up, then
I hope Shang Tsung is like, I will screw up the first tournament with RoboCop.
You know what's really cool is it's really interesting is you can tell which characters and brands are the most up for crossovers by paying attention to like whether they did them in like comics and other bullshit before this, right? There's so many brands and IP holders that are totally willing to go hang out with anyone else. Fucking Terminator, Spawn, and RoboCop have all crossed over with a million things prior to this.
Dude, I have a straight up easier distinction, but it doesn't hit every note on everybody. And it's what R-rated movies had children's cartoons.
Oh shit.
If your R-rated movie had a children's cartoon, that brand is up for crossover potential.
Toxic Crusaders. They fucking took a trauma movie and turned it into a kids cartoon, dude. Yeah.
RoboCop and Terminator getting kids toys, like in hindsight, is so fucking warped, dude. Alex Murphy getting killed is one of the most violent on-screen deaths ever in a movie.
I had Terminator toys. They were great. I had Alien toys, dude.
Yeah, I had Aliens toys and they were great.
Bishop with the fucking white blood. And the different aliens and the like
the scorpion alien that flies apart when you fucking hit the button.
Dude, absolutely, man. Like they 100% just like they sold a toy that was from a thing that the kids should not have watched. But who the fuck cares? We can market it. We can find a way. 100%. 100%. Judge Dredd was definitely one of those two. Yeah. Rambo. Anyway, moving on real quick. I'm gonna say that there's a couple of these that feel like they're targeted Wooly stories that I was like, yay.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear the universe targeting you.
One, Bubble Bobble 4 Friends coming to PS4 this winter. Fuck yes.
That does feel targeted as shit.
I love me some Bubble Bobble. That game goes back.
Wooly, you have like a really specific Japanese cute aesthetic that you adore.
Bubble Bobble comes from. It's not the aesthetic at all. Bubble Bobble has a.
But the aesthetic is great.
Yes, but it's not about that. I like Kirby because I've always liked Kirby, but Kirby for me, I loved Kirby because of the gameplay. I liked the Mega Manning, the power stealing aspect of it. All that shit was rad. I really enjoyed that. And taking on all the different forms was really fun. Like, it was not even about the cuteness of it, per se. Bubble Bobble was the cartridge that my cousins owned that I would want to go to their house to play, and they'd loan it to me, but, like, they'd always make me fucking do shit to get a whiff of it. Like, I'd have to run to the corner store and buy them popsicles to borrow the game, and they fucking held it over my head. But it was just the cartridge that my cousins happened to own that was a game I didn't have that I really liked playing, that I had a whole lot of fun with. So I just grew really attached to Bubble Bobble from it being one of whatever, random cartridges that we could have had. Turned out it was a fucking really fun game to play as well. And it was super duper hard to get through the last levels of it, but dear God, is it fucking classic, man. And when they came back and they had Puzzle Bobble and all that, I'm like, that's cool. That's a really fun game too. But it's got nothing on the joy of just dropping down into the fun little puzzle world with your little dragons and blowing bubbles on shit. It's a good game, man.
Bubble Bobble's great, man.
So now it's coming back and it's 4 players.
Good.
And they have the song.
I'm glad.
And it's one of those things where you're like, this song will play for the entire session. Until you die, you're going to hear this song, and it will never stop, and you will not have a problem with it. You will love it.
I don't know what song you're talking about.
You have no idea how the song goes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
How could that song go? Who knows? I guess we'll never know how the song goes.
Uh-huh.
And it turns out, in other news, Rage of the Dragons has gotten picked up.
Your tweet was enlightening. More playable characters than fans.
Yes. Yes.
This is a real, like, huh? What? Why?
I don't know, and I don't care. I fucking love it. So happy. Bunch of people that are all new and missed me marking out last time were like, what the fuck is this game and why have I never heard of it? You've seen the sprite of Jimmy Lee doing his super at the end of my Get Into Fighting Games intro, but Rage of the Dragons is the unofficial Double Dragon fighting game that was made because a lot of people in South America are huge fans because of the original Double Dragon fighting game for the Neo Geo. And so there was a point where the Double Dragon license was in complete limbo and no one had it.
As it often is.
Yes. It often returns to limbo. Double Dragon,
oh
River
God.
City Ransom, and Kunio are some of the most weird, baffling things where the original guy owned the license and could give it out to other people as he deemed fit. So at the point where they made this game, it was official because there was no official anything. There's no one to say otherwise. Eventually, it became unofficial when the license was reacquired. And whatever, that game got ignored, but it is a unofficial official Double Dragon fighting game, and I fucking love it. It's a 2-on-2 fighter. It's really fun.
Yeah, I remember playing it with you. It's good.
The designs are really interesting. I like how the characters change over, and the like Billy and Jimmy becoming more of their own individuals, and there's some
Bimmy and Jammy.
Yeah, sure, and a Bobo. A Bobo was a Bobo was a Boobo in that, and he had his own fucking aesthetic, and yeah, man, it had a bunch of cool shit going on, It was the coolest thing happening with Double Dragon up until Neon came out. Yeah, Neon came out, and then there was good shit, but until Neon, that was it, So this is getting picked up, and I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to treat it as if it's still that or not. But those characters did end up going into Maître Melee, which is developed by the same people. And Maître Melee is a fight. It's from the Power Instinct fighting games, and those were fucking garbage until, again, Maître Melee, where they got better.
I've lost the thread. Like, this is like an unofficial game having characters go into an obscure other thing.
Yeah, so Power Instinct was this really bad Super Nintendo fighting game, and then the same people that made Rage of the Dragons went on to make this thing called Power Instinct Maître Melee, and that basically had similar gameplay. It wasn't 2-on-2 anymore, but it was, still felt pretty solid. And then that ended up just throwing in a bunch of guest characters from Rage of the Dragons, because they're like, we made that game too, so why the fuck not? And then here we are. So whenever you hear my the hyped up wedding song on my stream intro, that comes from Power Instinct Maître Melee. And whenever you see Jimmy Lee punching the ground and exploding in fire, that comes from Rage of the Dragons. And now we're gonna get a new game. Can't wait.
Or the old game, but re-released with like real things.
Who knows? Third, there's a thing. It's called Ghost Runner. It's first person, and it involves ridiculously rad looking cool ninja shit. You do air dodges. You do lots of cool melee things. You mirror's edge it for a little bit. You Shadow Warrior it sometimes. You get to the orange door it sometimes. You super hot it sometimes. And I like all of that. So I'd like to try it out. But there's a demo out for that. And I think it's up until 2 days from now, actually. So you gotta look at it real quick. I think it's going away on the 13th. Looks fucking sick, though. Looks really cool.
So weird. Like timed demo like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's to force people now, but unless you have like a network test you're doing for a stress test, like I don't see what the point of limiting the demo time is. That seems counterintuitive. And then SNK Gal Fighters is up on Switch, and if you want to know where the original Madam X Iori character came from, you can go play this. It's basically there's a bunch of SNK Neo Geo Pocket Color fighters that they made, and they all kind of look and feel the same. They have the same kind of cute sprite aesthetic, and they all feel pretty solid to play. They're all pretty decent as far as handheld fighting games go. Back then, they were like the only not shit ones, with very few exceptions. So that got put on the Switch, and you can even play it head to head, literally, because you can play where you each hold a Joy-Con, and the game has two copies split across the middle of the screen, and you can each play using your own side of the machine, almost similar to how it was like sitting with a little Neo Geo Pocket Color being connected. So pretty cool. That's a fun feature. I'm a fan of that. All right, let's take some emails.
No, you're not. You are not getting out of this news section without talking about that Skullgirls update.
Skullgirls had an update, and Skullgirls went through. So we talked about last week how they basically Mike Z went, yo, I can make the Skullgirls netcode better. So we talked about how they did, and they found a way to make the rollback work better. That rolled out.
Yay.
That was awesome. Perfect moment to have a game that already has great netcode be even better. And then alongside that came another update where Mike Z basically went, hey, so now when you connect to people, you can see what kind of connection they have. You can see if they're wired or on Wi-Fi. And that is...
There's no way to turn it off.
Yeah. That is a feature that has existed in Mortal Kombat 11 for a year now, by the way.
Oh, cool. Didn't know that.
Apparently, a lot of people didn't know that. So, I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's because it was rolled out in the whole package and not a unique news story. I think the only reason why this was caught in this way is because it was a unique news story onto itself as opposed to part of the full package, because no one seems to have known that MK was doing this the entire time. And it was...
People are saying it's in Dead or Alive 6 and Injustice 2.
It's great. It's a fucking fantastic feature, and you connect to somebody ranked and you can just see, hey, this is on that connection. Cool. Let's play. Nope, don't want to do that. Whatever. And then someone says, oh, what about a filter for it? And then Mike says, hey, now that's too far, I think, but the information is there. So yes. What did we see? We saw like a highlights from a Resetera thread where some folks were under the impression that this was a bad thing because
they deserve refunds, man, because you're shaming people. Well, that's not okay.
Well, the game was $2, but
well, no. People can't afford wireless internet.
If you have the internet,
is my favorite post.
If you have a router, you probably have an Ethernet port on the back of it. If you have Wi-Fi, you have wired. I don't understand that.
Let's ignore the fact that the default state of internet is wired.
Yeah.
Like
the only exception I can think of is like if you're in a dorm room where you're not allowed to own a router. Or something like that, where you have to, or you're in like a hotel, or not a hotel, but like you're in a place where you're given a Wi-Fi password and that's all you get, right? That's the only type of, like, otherwise, if you're in a place where you are paying for internet, unless you're...
Well, then you shouldn't feel bad because it's not your fault. It's out of your control.
It is. Or, if you're stealing internet via Wi-Fi of your neighbor, then you might not have access to an Ethernet port, I suppose. But... for the most part, if you do have internet, you're gonna have a port that you can plug a wire into, and that's neither here nor there. It's really just
this needs a filter. This needs a filter so bad, and it needs to put like a hat on your character, like a dunce hat. I
agree with Mike in that it's like if it shows you the information, you can choose to do with that information what you will. I think that's more than fair. Mortal Kombat pops up, shows you the challenger, shows you the information, and then it lets you decline or accept the challenge. When it comes to it, there's a lot of that. And then there were some folks that were saying that this is a privilege to take, and perhaps like there could be like arcade stick privilege and things like that. And
sure, fuck it.
Well, no.
Why not?
Because I
only want to play against people who don't use arcade sticks.
I think all of it more or less just is like there's a point where you're like, well, this doesn't make sense and this doesn't make sense, and then it's so divorced from what's happening if you just played the game that you're like, okay, this is very, very clear to me that you're not actually people that play these games, or this game in particular.
Never are.
You have a very strong opinion about it, but it seems like you don't actually play them. And there definitely will be folks that say, yeah, I do play them and I still feel this way. And of course, there's no absolutes, but some of these opinions were definitely really, really extreme in that regard. And I feel like from the takes, which it sounded like we're in the extreme minority, most people did I didn't go look, but I was told that most of the thread was people telling those people that makes no sense, and apparently getting banned up for it. I don't know. I don't like. At the end of the day, dude, one of the
getting banned on Reset Era seems to be a trivial concern.
Well, someone said something to the effect of like, remember when like Willie used to bring up like NeoGAF all the time, and I'm like, I never had an account. I literally didn't ever. You and Matt, and you guys would always talk about NeoGAF stuff and Resetter stuff, but I never used to browse those forums. I didn't do anything there.
I used to talk about GAF stuff, and then I was like, oh, cool, Resetera, and I made an account, and I think I made 2 posts on it ever, and then I was like, I'm done with
I've
this,
never been anywhere. I've never been a person that used either of those
I loved
forums.
GAF, though. GAF was great.
Yeah, I was out. So I just, please do not whirlwind me into something that I have nothing to do with, But for the most part, what I can tell is that, yeah, man, that just sounds like someone who really doesn't know anything about the subject matter. And that's not a crime. There's a lot of times when you don't know a thing about a subject matter, but one would hope that hopefully you can catch an explanation that makes sense to you. But there's a lot of people that also, tried and failed and were just like, dude, don't bother, And I mean, there was someone in the very thread that we are discussing, that was aggressively like not wanting to hear the truth about any of this and just had their perspective on it. And it's that, it doesn't matter that my participation here makes the game unplayable. It is my prerogative to connect to the game and play it badly. And if you can't play it the way you want to, that's too bad for you. I'm allowed to have my own way with this. And, there's a point to be made where, well, the game certainly doesn't make it impossible for you to play that way. So you could argue that if you wanted to, you're just going to find that most people will think it's kind of dickish because there's a bit of a social contract in place and you can't enforce it.
What's a social contract? That seems stupid. God damn it. I'm going to do what I want.
You can do what you want. You might get called out for it and you might be.
No, you can't call me out.
Okay. Well,
also,
well, it doesn't work that way.
My name is Karen.
It doesn't work that way. You can do what you want.
It does work that way. Shut up.
You're not wrong.
I'll fight you.
You can do what you want, but you might get called out for doing what you want.
No, I'm going to call out your call out because call outs are bad. Don't call me out.
Okay.
I'm going to shit up this Wi-Fi. I'm going to shit it up. Well, and that's my right, goddammit.
Well,
shit it up. Who are you to tell me not to shit it up? I'm in my house. You don't pay my sub.
I mean, I would love to see what it looks like when someone is enjoying a game where the character is teleporting over the screen. Like
they don't. That's why they're so mad.
Well, I mean, again, I think the truth of the matter is the person who is saying all this doesn't have the game. They haven't played it. I think it's more of a statement about a piece of news.
Oh, no, Wooly. I play a goddamn MMO. These people do play the game. They are real. You don't pay my sub. They don't care.
Okay, that. Yeah, definitely.
It is everyone else's responsibility to carry their enjoyment.
But I think a lot of the people that are chiming in with that information, usually going through the conversation, you'll get to a point where they'll say something to the effect of, see, this type of mean-spiritedness and exclusivity is why I don't play fighting games. And it'll be like, well, there it is. You just said it, right?
Yeah.
You're coming at this with an understanding of, I don't know what genre you play. Perhaps it's something server-based, Perhaps it's something that does not need to handle packet loss the same way that a fighting game does. But
in some cases, the genre you play is literally nothing. At which point it becomes very confusing why you're talking about video games at all.
But it usually shows at some point that it's like you don't have familiarity with games that like require two players to have a good connection with each other. If the person drops out of another genre of game where that doesn't matter, they're just gone from the match and that's the end of it. So, I'm making a lot of assumptions, of course, about who this type of person might be because it just, I'm trying to characterize it, But for the most part, what you end up with is something that it feels like, at first I'm like, this is absurdly stupid, but then I kind of like go through a second take of it and go, you don't know, and you're commenting on a subject matter that you just have an opinion about without actually getting it. You're missing information, you know? Yeah, not much else to say except the state of affairs is that the indicator is there. It's also there in the games we mentioned, and with any hope, this will continue to be the status quo. And
hopefully we can get some filters in here.
I don't think we need filters, but I do think...
And some shame features.
I do think that if we get this to be the status quo, we will probably... I think it matters more that the people who do understand, the overwhelming majority of people who do understand why this is a good thing, have a good experience.
Is solid.
I think it's important that they have a good experience with the game, and this would add and contribute to that, as opposed to, like people who don't play the game, that don't own it.
I think that the natural end point of this is that you play a bunch of games, and it shows that you disconnect a couple times, not enough for it to be a problem, but a couple, and that the game is recorded your packet loss per match, and that you go to log into Skullgirls, and it says, hey, we noticed that you're always playing on Wi-Fi and that you're making a bad experience for other players. We have elected to put you into the Wi-Fi prison, where you can now only play people that are using Wi-Fi.
So the same thing as Rage Quit Jail and Cheater Jail?
Yes, but now it is Wi-Fi jail. And you know what? Let's save some development resources and make it all the same jail. Just to cut out the middleman. Because what is Wi-Fi based teleporting other than cheating? Cheating by accident, maybe.
I don't want to see it, but if I see someone start to do it, I'm not going to exactly raise my hand to stop them. Wait, no. Don't do that. Don't do that to those players. The gulags.
A Wi-Fi player is just a quitter in training.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah. I mean, one thing is for certain, right? Like, the early days of connecting to things made it such that, like, Wi-Fi was not as common. But now...
it was actually straight up uncommon.
Having Wi-Fi was the fancier internet.
It's funny because
that was
like, this is also like a... Sorry, after you.
No, it's just like one could say that like if you the people with the Wi-Fi were the privileged ones originally.
Absolutely.
And now, you have consoles like the Switch where they don't even have an Ethernet port, so you don't even get the choice to fucking be hardwired in.
The Switch is a really good example because it's a spectrum of dumb shit. On one end, you have the Switch, which doesn't come with a Wi-Fi port. Sorry, it doesn't come with an Ethernet port. So there is actually a monetary investment that you need to do to get a thing. Everyone's drowning in Ethernet cables or knows somebody who has a spare Ethernet cable. I'm going to put the cost of an Ethernet cable at $0. Everybody knows someone that has
people
have
posted cables. Their Walmart things of like, here's one for $15. It's humongous or whatever the fuck. But
Switch, you got to buy an adapter, and that's like a thing, right? So you end up with a lot of people playing Switch games online with Wi-Fi because the system is actually trying to stop you from using Ethernet, which is stupid as fuck. Then you have your consoles, right? Which they can use Wi-Fi and they can use Ethernet, and then they have depending on where it is in your house or the ability of you to put that console where you want in your house is going to determine that. And then you have PCs in which like no one is using Wi-Fi for their PC. I'm not talking about their laptop. Of course, people are using Wi-Fi for their laptops, right? But for their PC, like you'd have to install like a something with a wireless card in there. instead of just using the fucking built-in Ethernet port.
Yeah. There's a million analogies one can come up with for a type of game where you are.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
We have a lot of people here saying I use Wi-Fi for my PC. What are you, fucking stupid? Plug a cable in, morons. It'll go faster. Vroom. It's like getting a free internet upgrade for like $10. Internet go faster. Vroom. Brr. Like, come on.
The issue with Wi-Fi in terms of fighting games is consistency, not speed, though. Just FYI.
Oh yeah, but I mean, everything will go faster.
Everything good. Everything.
When you're acquiring a film,
yep,
and packets get lost, you have to reacquire part of the film again because you are on Wi-Fi. Yeah, that's gonna go faster.
I'm lucky enough that my router is sitting on top of my PC. So
mine's like I think it's 1 foot away, but I had to do some extra fancy cabling around my basement to do so, and I goddamn did it.
I also got an Orbi.
If you need to run a goddamn 100-foot Ethernet cable on your fucking bare floor and tape it down like duct tape and look like an asshole, you should do it.
I got an Orbi system that is like Wi-Fi signal boosting for the apartment for like, like phones and shit. And those do actually have cables you can run too, but it's like, yeah, when it just depends. It really depends. If you're gonna play a game that requires peer-to-peer connections with people, like you gotta, you don't gotta, but dear God, please, you can understand that the ruining of the game is not going to be seen favorably by the other person on the other line who also paid for their copy that is going to try and enjoy it, and they can't. So
the thing you were saying earlier, I really feel like it nails it. And it is that the people who are always fighting against it and saying, oh, Wi-Fi's fine, whatever. And it's like, the game would be better for them too.
It would.
Like, significantly.
Yeah, it's a very, it's a very strange thing because it's just seeing the perspective. It's glass half full, glass half empty, where it's just like, both players are having their experience ruined. And there's this sign that is like, well, if one person is philosophically leaning towards the idea that, no one connection should be considered better than another, then you're going to hit a world where we both lose out effectively. And when the word like comes out that says like, oh, like the dismissive word in the discussion was like, oh, it's just elitism, it's just elitist bullshit, and it was kind of just like,
yeah,
I don't,
I guess it is,
I don't see the line from I just want my game to function, to
that's Wooly, that's elitist.
Because the problem is that fighting games in particular don't have good netcodes. They have bad ones that result in many times an unplayable state being possible through the game's own like systems. Like there's not enough in place to stop an unplayable match from occurring. So we have had to go through a series of unwritten rules, so to speak, social contracts of like, this is probably how we both want to enjoy the game we've spent some money on.
There's a bunch of analogies you can use for this. I personally like the idea of an F1 race.
Okay.
In which everyone's got their F1 cars, and a guy shows up with his 93 Ford Tempo and wants to be led onto the track. And you're like, dude, you can't, like, your car's going to be like a brick out there. It's going to be dangerous for the other racers. It's going to ruin the race. Mm-hmm. And the guy starts screaming out, that's elitist because I don't have a race car. Except all the cars in this situation cost the same, and the Ford Tempo actually costs more. Because Wi-Fi is more expensive than Ethernet.
Yeah, no, that works. That does work. My analogy I was trying to explain to Punch Mom yesterday was terrible. I think I described like, imagine you had to play a poker game, but somebody had a compulsion where they had to peek over at the person next to them's cards and yell them out at the table. And it was, and I was like, you can't.
What if you had a
you can't
what if
play
you had a
with that
fighting
person.
tournament, and the fighting tournament was completely open entry with no rules, and you had like a bunch of kids walk in.
Yeah.
And then when you're like, I don't think these kids should be in this death tournament.
Yeah.
The kids are like, you guys are just hating on us because we're kids.
I forgot that the race car analogy from like many episodes ago worked really well, and we're still on that. And yes, here we are talking about connections in fighting games for 30 minutes on the podcast.
Hey man,
Again.
I like to bring connections out to everything. All connection based everything.
I know.
Talking with people
I know.
on Wi-Fi that like are using voice chat can suck shit too.
I know. I just
talking like, you know.
I was not allowed to get out of the news without discussing this, but
Wooly, I don't know if you know this.
Let the record show that I tried.
Like if you are putting up and down a lot of bandwidth with Wi-Fi, it makes your dick smaller.
Okay.
It makes your dick small.
Let the record
if
show.
Your dick is being hit with tons of Wi-Fi powered signals all the time because you like to play fighting games online with Wi-Fi, your pinor gets small.
And for the record, while we're talking about trying and structure, the topics we covered on the podcast were Scarlet Nexus, The Medium, The Ascent, The Chorus, Call of the Sea, Scorn, Bright Memory, Gravity Well, The Studio, Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath, Bubble Bobble 4, Friends, Gal Fighters, Rage of the Dragons, and Ghost Runner. So there are your topics.
Dude, I just found this article. It's super real. It says that on average, the average Wi-Fi player is more unattractive than the average direct connected Ethernet player.
No kidding.
It's true.
The Wi-Fi signals, they hit the skin and they
actually it seems to be thought that people are using Wi-Fi to hide their unattractiveness. The packet loss obscures enough of their visage.
I thought it was because the contained Ethernet cable actually keeps all the horrible internet energy from corrupting the skin and
from
the flesh.
Damaging you.
Yeah, but the broadcast Wi-Fi goes through your body as it goes to your device, and that degrades the flesh and the skin, and it makes things look awful.
So, for those of you who are looking at the stream right now, then can see me. Hello everyone. You might be shocked to know this, but I once looked at a Wi-Fi router from a couple feet away, and I'm actually only 22 years old. Okay, I was hit with unshielded Wi-Fi energy from a fighting game.
Yeah.
And aged 10 years in a day.
Yeah. Speaking of 22 years old, I was given the impression that that's about the age of the person that was making these claims.
Hey, Willie, how bad is it for you when you start talking to somebody and you're like, "What are you, like a fucking idiot?" And they're like, "No, I'm only 22." And you're like, "Oh, yeah, I guess you are then." Like, I feel like I'm getting older by a year every day.
Yeah. Every once in a while, such as last night, for example, you click reply, and then you stop, and then you back out, and then you click the profile, and you see, oh, 1997. Okay, all right, no, we're good. We're done here.
So like,
never mind.
I had that moment once.
Yeah,
I had that moment once.
Ageism. Yeah, go
where
on.
I was on Twitter and I received a dumb comment, which was very stupid and aggressive. And I was like, should I dunk on this person? This is very stupid.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
And then I looked and I was like, oh, this is like I'm not even sure if this is an adult, right? Like they might even be like 15. Would that really be okay to make fun of a child? We all been there. And in the time that I was thinking that, my brain, like part of my brain in the back screamed, nah, fuck them. And I quote retweeted their dumb bullshit and was like, man, you're fucking super dumb. And I felt great because it was easy, because children are weak and you can punch them.
All right.
And they're not strong enough to punch you back most of the time. With your words, I mean.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Jordan was right. Fuck them kids.
yeah, but the problem is that they weren't around when Jordan was being right.
Yeah, I guess that is the problem.
You know. And this is one of those cases where you know, there's you hit him with that okay boomer.
Oh.
And you know, it's like, yeah, that's...
Wait, you hit the kid with the okay boomer?
No. They snap back with the okay boomer.
Okay.
Like, for example, now, you know, where you're just like, what are you, fucking 20 something? Get a fuck out. But you know, but it's like, no, but you're missing information. And if you had this information, if you acquired it at an earlier time in your life, you would have had a better understanding of the subject matter, which you are now very passionately arguing for, and you would not sound as stupid as you currently do. But God bless.
Yeah. I'd like to respond to one last comment here, because I think it's really funny. Somebody points out that, Pat, you are small, fat, out of shape, and most teenagers are probably stronger than you. That is 100% true. However, most teens and children have grown up in zero tolerance schools, which means most of them didn't get their ass kicked like I did when I was younger. And the ability to know that it's not the end of the world when you get punched in the face gives you the ability to take a couple hits and really, just punch somebody in the throat. What? I'm talking about fighting children. What's the problem here? There's another side of this conversation that makes it make sense. Yeah. Anyway, I could fight a bunch of children. I'm sure I could beat up probably like 15 4-year-olds. Is that still like a quiz you can do?
I would just like to take the opportunity to give a shout out on the subject matter to Corey Bell and James Chen, who have a podcast called OK Sonic Boomer.
Oh, that's good.
Where Corey asks a bunch of questions as a new FGC member to an old head, and James tells him what it was like back in the day, how things used to be growing up at the early days of the FGC, and it's fun. It's a good time if you want to hear what it used to be like. Okay, Sonic Boomer, solid name, solid concept, good execution, solid finish. Yeah,
I'm getting a series of like very confused texts.
Okay.
These kids with the Wi-Fi, you got to fight them.
Am I free?
Yeah, you're free.
All right. Emails.
emails. Hey, if you want to send in an email, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
We got one coming in here from Dylan. Says, Dear Wooly von Karstein and Patrick Boisvin, I would like...
That's Warhammer shit, by the way.
Thought I'd bring up an unfortunate reality present in Total Warhammer after Pat's misadventure. There's a mechanic in the game called Corruption and Chaos. The Skaven and the Vampire counts get their own version of it. Corruption basically means you are on good terms with every person responsible. Their existence next to your borders will forever be a thorn in your side, as their corruption causes rebellion and disharmony. This brings about an uncomfortable situation where the best course of action, regardless of their disposition towards you, is to kill every last one of them so the corruption stops. Considering the creatures responsible are evil demon worshippers, rat people, vampires, this is easily brushed off, but looking at it objectively, it's basically establishing the pro-gamer strat that dealing with corruption is ostensibly genocide. Right now I'm going through a Mortal Empires campaign as a Dark Elf leader, Malekith. He starts allied with his actual mother, who has the neat little quirk of exuding chaos corruption herself while being immune to its negative effects. She recently moved in direct south of my borders, and the temptation to break our alliance and shank her ass to stop the corruption is very real. Just thought I'd bring this up.
Apparently, if you confederate her, the corruption stops.
But basically, kill your mom to stop the corruption.
So, Total War actually sidesteps this really elegantly by pointing out that when you play as the Lizardmen or the Skaven or whatever, genociding all the others is great, and you should do it because they're awful. I think there's a quote from the Mandalore video in which the fantasy of Warhammer Total War is to sail around the world and discover new cultures and destroy them because they are awful. In Warhammer and Warhammer 40K, every single creature in the world is the worst except for yours, which is slightly less than the worst. Like the Dark Elves, they're like pure evil in Warhammer. They're literally the most evil race to ever exist.
So it's okay to erect.
It's the natural endpoint of if it feels good, do it.
Okay.
And that could mean anything. Also, the Skaven are literally a rat tide of freakazoids.
So the game doesn't paint.
And the vampires are vampires. Like,
none of these are painted as sympathetic then.
No, even the Empire, which is based on like the Holy Roman Empire, is like the shittiest human empire to ever exist. See, what I thought was where that email was going was that there's currently a problem in Warhammer 2 called the Order Tide. So at the end of the game, the Chaos factions are supposed to team up with the extra faction, the Orders of Chaos or whatever, and sweep over the map in a big evil tide. But there are more good factions than there are bad factions right now.
Okay.
And bad factions don't tend to ally with themselves well because of the corruption, but the good factions do tend to ally with themselves well. So Endgame often ends up in the situation where the elves and the elves and the humans and the dwarves and whatever have all teamed up, and a bunch of the bad factions are wiped out. So shit. So what's supposed to be like evil's coming to ruin the world is actually like good is so powerful that the evil has no chance.
Is that anything like how the race selection in like WoW was like massively biased in favor of humans?
A little bit, but this is based off an existing like series of races and who gets what DLC in what order.
Okay.
But in Warhammer it's like actually mechanical as well. Whereas in World of Warcraft, so people are pointing out that there are more Horde than Alliance right now.
Oh, really?
Okay. decades later, guys.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day in 2004,
Dude,
particularly on release.
I'm talking about when
Alliance.
Yeah,
Alliance was massively favored.
I was-
like Alliance had more work put into their zones.
it was all
They had all the pretty races.
dude. It was all my old roommate would complain about. You know.
Oh yeah.
Was how unbalanced it was, and like I just remember. Yeah, I have no idea what it is currently.
Here's the deal,
I'm
right?
spouting fucking ancient shit.
World of Warcraft showed off that whatever side of a thing has the pretty race will have a huge advantage in player base, right? Like just enormous. So the Alliance had humans and night elves, right? And the orcs and goblins, and they didn't have nobody, right? Then when the blood elves came out for the goddamn horde, all of a sudden the player numbers started to equalize. You can play a pretty elf.
Right.
What ends up happening though is when Alliance had this giant amount of players and Horde had all these players playing the ugly characters, it turned out, and it stayed true, and I have friends who played Alliance who get annoying every time I mention this, that you ended up with a situation that Horde players knew how to actually play the game, and Alliance players were playing with their dolls and are trash and bad, stupid people. In fact,
that's what my old roommate used to say, and he would also say
literally, yeah, I know.
And he would talk about how, like, you know, the woes of being a Tauren in a world where everyone else is like Alliance or whatever.
It's this thing where like playing a PvP character, like where you can fight everywhere, is a very different experience depending what like race what faction you're going to be, because all the really crazy psychos are hanging out on Horde, and they'll ruin your day because fuck you, Alliance. They'll camp the fucking spawn of every quest giver in the zone for weeks because fuck y'all. You guys suck at the game.
This actually bleeds in quite nicely, perfectly.
Or forever, by the way.
To the next question here, because keep that same energy and thought.
Got it.
The thought process you're on right now.
Yes.
So we got one here. Dear Guns, The Duel, and Day of Defeat. Oh my god.
Man. Someone's been paying attention. It's been a while since I mentioned Day of Defeat.
It's been a minute since Guns. But when you get pared down to a game, you are just the title of this game. Whoa.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
That's good. I like
we
this.
Take
All right,
it.
what do we got?
We take it. Scott from Australia here. Loving the original. I love the idea of the original Star Wars Galaxies, the MMO from 2003. Had a lot of jank, but is remembered fondly for its original premise. Becoming a Jedi class, I've talked about this, was originally intended to be almost impossible. You would unlock the ability to play one through a bunch of checks and conditions the player was unaware of to keep the class super rare. Jedis are super
and the
powerful.
Checks and conditions were randomized per character creation.
Jedi are super powerful, and this game was set in the original trilogy timeline, so that makes sense, right? Needless to say, the idea lasted maybe a few months into release before Jedi were discovered, and a quest line was added so everyone could become one. What was your favorite concept that never made it into the finished final product? Yeah, so this whole thing, I remember this specifically, and I feel like we've already discussed it at some point, that, like, I get that people are going to buy the Star Wars game to be a Jedi and swing the lightsaber around. But me being the fucking, like, lore-loving idiot that I am, I love the idea of, you're not special. Go fucking be a person in this world. And, like, hopefully the other jobs would be fun. The key here...
Dude, that Jedi shit killed that game.
The key is that other jobs that are not Jedi should be really fun, right? But... And then you design a good game around that. But, like, Jedi are fucking rare and special, and playing in an MMO, that should make sense. If everyone's running around with their lightsaber OCs, it's stupid. It just doesn't, it doesn't check out. But the idea of someone being like, I'm buying this product to be a Jedi, please, is like, I if it's an MMO where you're supposed to coexist, I much rather the one where it is a rare and special thing. It feels like it's internally consistent, but most people don't want to not be special. They want to swing the lightsaber around, and God, you know, what are you gonna do, right? And I get it. It's like, I'm going to spend money on this monthly thing so that I can't be a Jedi? Fuck you. I'm like, yeah, I know. Fair enough. I like the idea of the rarity being, like, preserved.
There's a thing that WoW tried to do, which was prestige classes or hero classes or whatever the fuck. And they wanted to do Death Knights. And they were like, oh, we're going to do Death Knights. And there's a problem with Death Knights. And the problem with Death Knights is, one, they're evil and unassociated with either faction. And two, they're supposed to be better than the other classes. So what was the solution? And the solution was they started at the level cap or near the level cap to signify that there is no weak version of a Death Knight, but then it just became another class. Like, as soon as you hit cap, they all evened out. And every idea that, like, that they were special was thrown in the garbage.
I wonder.
It's like there's no solution to that problem.
I wonder if you made it so that everyone can pick up a lightsaber and swing it around, but not be classified as a Jedi, would solve it temporarily.
Whether or not you were force sensitive,
you could still swing it.
So this'll never work, because in MMOs particularly, you can sell your account. You're not supposed to. But you could.
Oh yeah. Nope. That's it. Yep. That's it. You found it. Jedi account on sale. $8,000.
Dude, I have a Jedi account. $1,000.
$8,000.
$3,000. Like, here you go.
Max ranked. What color lightsaber? Blue. I got the robes. I have the perfect looking Jedi. Everything set.
Yeah.
$8,000. Yeah, totally. I mean, shit,
You can't have a group community experience that has a permanent thing that is only for some players. People will acquire it somehow.
What if no one could be a Jedi except for mods who were on the server? GMs rather. GMs on the server walking around policing via Jedi mind tricks.
That's a perfect solution.
Wouldn't that have been great?
Yeah, because if players are being complete assholes, a GM can just come in and in-universe Jedi the shit away.
That feels like it would be a really fun way to deal with it. But then, of course, like, if you want to go on an adventure with a Jedi, then the GM's got to work. they gotta police the BM, so they can't come fucking adventuring with you. You know? Yeah. It's a no-win, man. It's
the biggest problem with MMOs is you got to play them with other people, man.
You have to play them with other people, and if there's but it's also it's also a bit of like, I don't have this as much anymore, right? I mean, like I said, I get it, but there's definitely that my first reaction to the idea of MMOs was just like, yo, okay, cool, you're playing this massive game with everybody, and then there was
it's huge,
right? And then there was times when I'd kind of hit these moments of like staring at like my roommate playing WoW and stuff, and I'm looking at a town square where everyone looks like this crazy fucking kitted out golden god, and everyone is glowing on their amazing mounts, and we're just like 50 gods just wandering around the town. With glowing eyes and phoenix falcons and I'm just like, what? Like, okay, no, I get it. We're all cool. We're all heroes. We're all fucking strong. But there's just something you have to get past where, like, there is no normal here. It is a population of fucking badasses.
It is the weirdest thing, because like FF14 had this thing where there's cosmetic items that are only available in like the Chinese and Korean versions of the game, and they're all terrible. They're all like Korean MMO cosmetics, and the worst one by far was the white and black angel wings that you could add to your character, and those eventually came over to the main version in Japan and the US, and like the instant those things hit the store and people started using them, like they are the only thing in the entire game that looks like that, and they look fucking terrible. They look so awful. And like you look at them and it's, dude, it is the, I am madly in love with like the social mechanics of an MMO, because you're looking at this character whose art style now clashes with every single person on the server. And they look like a fucking like chuny weeaboo, like dark. You know?
Totally.
And you don't even have to see their username, and you go, that guy is an asshole. Like just straight, like I can see them being an asshole from a distance. And it says a lot that I have never, ever, ever seen one of those people in a dungeon. I have never run a raid. I have never run an instance in which I've ever seen those characters with those fucking wings on. Only in the open world, only in the big Zerg rush type of fucking things.
If everyone is special, no one is. That is true. That is a thing.
And then you play an MMO for a bit, and you get to the thing of you're like, if you ask for to be able to roll on something, and then somebody goes, yeah, sure, and then they roll on it, even though they said, yeah, sure, you ban them. If they disconnect 5 times and don't apologize, ban them. If their DPS isn't 800 or more, because they're just using your auto attack, ban them. I don't care. And then you do this for a night, and your friends all tell you, Pat, the version of the game you want to play has no one in it. And I go, good. You ban them all, and then the game will die, and that will be better.
You want a single player game.
ban everyone but the 7 people in the chat that I'm talking to right now.
Did you play City of Heroes?
I did not.
Okay. That was a game that had a really strong character creator, to the point where
it did.
People would make licensed characters nonstop, and they'd have to get their characters fucking kicked off the servers. Because no, you can't make Wolverine. Yes, we gave you claws and the ability to give yourself hair spikes. No, you can't make Logan. Stop it.
Dude.
It was powerful.
I have an MMO mentality experience thing that I know can speak to you. So there's a big argument in FF14 because there's story stuff that you have to do to unlock things and keep going, right? And every now and then a patch comes out or an expansion comes out, the final boss of the patch or the final boss of the expansion, Stormblood had this, and something called Chrysalis had it. And it is way more difficult than the average stuff that you would normally do. It's not a raid, right? It's not like a for real ass thing. But it's a significant thing. So there was a boss in Stormblood called Shinryu, and you had to beat it to beat the expansion and unlock all the endgame stuff. And it was tough. It wasn't like the end of the world. It wasn't like, really hard, but like it was tough. You had to know how to play the game. Mm-hmm. And when people started to get to the end of Stormblood, just this low scream started to come from the audience, which was, this is too hard. I can't beat it. I can't find anyone to help me beat it. It's the first week and I can't play the end game. I can't do my stuff. This isn't fair. I deserve to be able to beat it. And then you had on the other side of things being everyone who beat it in like a second, because it's not hard, going, good, stay down there. Don't come up with us. Don't become a part of my daily roulette. Don't become a part of this stuff, because if you're complaining that you can't beat Shinryu, that means you suck ass, and I don't want to get stuck in a dungeon with you. And the problem with that is that that's like 80-90% of people in the game. It's huge. And so the first patch comes out like 4.05 or whatever, and it's a week later, and they make it easier, and people start asking friends to carry them through, and then the quality of person in your average gameplay experience starts to drop and drop and drop. And you used to be able to go into Party Finder and say, hey, everybody, who wants to do this raid? Susanoo or whatever, right? And you'd fill up with people and you'd bang your head against it for a couple hours and you would do it, and then you would do it. And then the week after that, God damn it, do you get a bunch of mouth-breathing fucking dumbasses who can't do a single rotation, and suddenly Party Finder is worthless and you have to just get a crew together because, oh my God, what is wrong with all of you people?
Maybe they should put a Shinryu badge so that people can see when you join up if you've defeated him. And then they can choose what to do with that information.
Guess what? They do.
Well, it all comes full circle.
So if you want, in the times back in Heavensward, when it was fucking shit toxic as hell because the game was becoming more popular and everyone was trash and no one knew how to play the game, you ended up with Party Finder, and it was, you are going to come into Party Finder with the title you get from killing the boss we're going to fight.
Okay.
And you would load in and you would get a message at the bottom of the screen. And the message would say, because there's a new player in here, you guys will get a bonus. And the fucking party chat starts to explode with, who the fuck didn't clear? Who the fuck is new? This is a fucking fight for only people who have cleared. What are you doing in here? And then you would tell it, put your title on. Put your fucking title on.
You have to understand, this sounds like the most toxic shit in the world.
Yeah. It is.
This
is
so
super toxic,
like,
man.
Fuck, dude. This is exactly what those people were complaining about earlier when we were discussing fucking Wi-Fi.
Yeah, absolutely.
But this is actually it, though.
And so here's the thing. Here's the breakdown that'll make it
like
make
how
sense
you.
for right?
Yeah.
Okay, no, seriously, Wooly. Here's the thing. There's 3 types of parties: learning, clear, farm. Right? 1 is, let's go in there and see what it does. 2 is, we know what it does, let's struggle through to clear it. And farm is, everyone in here has this shit on lock. Let's just run it a bunch to get the rewards, right? What do you get? So that's the social contract you're giving out, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make a clear party. I expect everybody to know most of it, and we're going to give it a shot. No judgment if you can't clear. We're going to make a learning or practice party, right? To be assumed that nobody knows what they're doing, right? But if you make a farm party and you see that fucking new player bonus pop up, somebody lied. If you made a room, Wooly, in a fighting game that said only Ethernet connections only.
Right.
And you get that little toggle in the upper right that says Wi-Fi players have joined.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Exactly. Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
And the best thing is that because runs take 10 minutes, if somebody doesn't know what they're doing, but everybody else does, congrats. You've wasted 70 minutes of time for all involved overall.
Well, okay. So, as stated at the beginning of the conversation, MMOs, you got to play them with everybody.
Well, hold on. There's one more. Because you wanted a badge, right? World of Warcraft has badges for clearing single-player content that shows off, hey, you're able to hit these numbers. Hey, you're able to do this thing. Hey, you're able to whatever. And so it then becomes, you need to have like a gold star in this thing to be allowed in.
Mm-hmm.
And FF14 has said that we don't want to do that because that's too exclusionary and too toxic, which has led to a black market of performance metrics. You can run a parser, which will tell you the damage and overhealing and everything that everyone on your team is doing. But if you get caught, it's against the rules and you will be banned. So people who really care are running parses and being able to tell who in the group sucks shit,
Wow.
but they're not able to tell why that
Wow.
person sucks shit.
Wow.
Because there's no in-game way to tell
That's
how much
insane.
damage somebody is doing.
That's insane. And you're going to risk getting banned for this.
All you have to do is not say how you know. Just say, so I was watching, I was doing my thing and I could see your cooldowns. You seem to be overhealing during this part.
Okay. Okay.
ACT is for self-improvement only.
Now,
but it's not.
Now, just so I can understand here, though, like I have friends who, you know, are playing MMOs like just with their friends as couples, just hanging out doing stuff, and they're quote unquote playing with their toys, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and like there's RP servers where people go and do that.
Totally.
And they just make their cosmetics so that they can dress up their, I believe the term is toons.
Oh man, they're old school if they're calling them toons.
So now the only problem, there's no problem with this. The only problem is if someone is attempting to do this content that is meant for.
So I'm making this sound way more toxic than it is.
A higher level.
There's parts of it that I'm leaving out, right? I'm actually nowadays a more casual player than I used to be. And the main thing, the number one thing, is that if you are honest about what you are here to do, almost always no one will ever get mad, right? If you go into a practice party and somebody goes, "Hey man, I'm really new at this. I'm not used to this kind of thing. I might be a little, I might get stressed out." Everyone's totally cool. Everyone's going to be like, okay. And my experience has been people have been extremely helpful and extremely kind overall. It's when people come into the room that says, have to have cleared it, know what you're doing, don't waste our time. And people go in and they don't know what they're doing and they do waste people's time. That's when the toxic comes out.
Makes sense. The dishonesty.
It is. Yeah. Nobody gets mad at, like, I'll load into an EX roulette, which is like a daily, and the healer will be like fucking terrible, like just, oh my god, like this is the worst, and I'll start to get salty, and then I'll look at the dude's gear and I'll go, oh, this dude has like almost nothing. That means he's probably new.
There's a dog on,
and then all that salt just dissipates.
There is a golden retriever on the mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, right. All that, or like the you'll botch a pull. Right?
I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah.
You'll botch a pull and it'll blow up, right?
Right.
And then the guy goes, "Oh, dude, sorry, I'm not used to healing this." And it's like, why would you be mad at that guy? Right? And you go, "Hey, dude, that's no problem. We'll just do it." And then you'll maybe give him like some friendly advice or be like, "Oh, I'll do this, or I'll go slower, or whatever." But that's quite rare, actually. What usually happens is people botch it and then they blame you because they're assholes.
Okay, so
the worst, most of the toxicity in my experience does not come from the people at the top saying "get the fuck out if you suck." Most of the toxicity in a game like FF14 comes from people at the bottom saying, "So what if I suck? It's your responsibility to carry me."
Right. Yeah. So that makes sense.
That's why "you don't pay my sub" is such a popular thing to say.
And that's all fair. That is warranted. That warrants the behavior.
And it's why healers become such assholes, because people will just stand in bullshit and die and then start all caps yelling at the healer going, "Why didn't you heal me?" And it's like, because you just instantly died from full health to 0 because you stood in bullshit because you're a moron. Right? It's like, you do that up to level cap, you're gonna be fucking grumpy.
It's also nice when you have a button in games that says, "I don't want to play with this person if I can avoid it. Thank you."
Oh yeah, it's great.
So,
dude, you know what the shit is? In 14, healers have an ability called Rescue, which was put into the game to drag players out of shit that the healer is paying attention to that the player is not. So, hey, is the DPS going to stand in something and die? You can literally pull them to you.
Okay.
out of their control
Okay.
to safety. But you know what's better than that? You know what's way better than that? The DPS keeps standing in shit and being an asshole and telling you suck. So instead of pulling him to safety, why not pull him off the stage to his death?
Are you serious?
Oh yeah. My person who heals when my buddies and I play Creepy Porpoise, if I'm being like too much of a dick or like just like talking too much or like being a dick, she'll pull me right off the edge. Right off. So we go, hey Pat, check this out. And she'll jump near the edge and then hit it and then jump back over and I'll fly off because I was moving in a direction. It's so, dude, it is so popular that in Shadowbringers, there is a battle in which a healer on your team uses it in a story cutscene to knock somebody off a cliff.
That's pretty funny.
It is a canon.
It is canon. Yeah, it's confirmed. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Urianger knows how to use rescue to kill people. It's the best, dude.
All right, last one here, real quick. So we get out. Oh wait, hold on. I like this one first. I like this. Derpimmy and Whammy. Here's your baby.
Oh.
You want a baby grade explanation of why rollback is so good? Here you go. I was watching a video online and my internet crapped out and I got a buffering message. Rollback netcode is like buffering on videos. Without it, your video dies until your connection gets good enough again. Delay-based netcode is like videos without buffering. With rollback, even if your connection is still shitting itself, you won't notice it much. Buffering lets things play normally. A lot of kids these days, and some young adults, may not have grown up in a time where buffering videos did not exist. If your connection wasn't stable, videos would just stop periodically. Nowadays, buffering is everywhere, and it makes that problem a rarity.
That's dead on.
Kind regards from Astral Blaze. There you go. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I didn't quite realize that it's like, yo, yeah, remember when buffering was a problem in videos? That problem went away because everyone introduced and got to the standard that we're at now. And this is what would happen if everyone went rollback. You know?
Yeah.
It would eventually just go away and no one would even know what the problem is if we could just replace the tech. Good one. And here,
before we leave, I have one extra thing.
You wanted a tighter fucking episode today, and you're responsible for its length.
I get excited.
You're 100% responsible, so don't fucking put it on me.
Okay, so I talked about how rescue using it to kill people is very hilarious. Close second is an ability called Shirk, and it doesn't work this way anymore. But you used to be. It's a button that you're supposed to use it to give aggro from yourself to the other tank when you swap. But what you could do is you used to be able to do it to anyone, and if there was a DPS that was doing too much aggro because they weren't using their abilities properly, you would be able to shirk onto them, and then the boss would pull off of you and turn and kill them.
Damn.
So whenever somebody was being an asshole and not using their abilities correctly, you could just kill them. There was a button to just make them die.
That's pretty good.
Oh, and it was the best. They changed it so it doesn't work like that
Of
anymore,
course they
because
Of course they. Yep.
Because it was too much fun.
Yeah.
But
of course.
It's so good.
Here, Max says, light side later wolves and constantly choking Pat. What is the first time you can remember being astonished by the graphics you're seeing looking as good as they did? For me, it was Final Fantasy X. Hope you're doing as well as you can be.
MGS2.
Pardon?
MGS2 was like the mind blow.
MGS2 for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
For me, it was the first screenshot of Tekken Tag Tournament for the PS2.
That was nuts, wasn't it?
It was a picture of Jin, and it looked like the character from the intro cutscene. And I remember seeing a screenshot and being like, that looks amazing. That's the new intro. And it said, this is in-game. And I'm like, what the fuck? What?
Get out of town. You're a liar.
It was the smoothest, nicest thing. And it was a screenshot of Jin, yeah. And there was definitely you zoom in and you catch those jaggies back in the day of the PS2, just jaggies, for sure. But it was such an impressive step up in model quality. TTT was the first like hit I can think of, because I was always impressed. We were always impressed by like pre-rendered FMVs. That was always what it was,
and that's gone now.
Yes, but totally don't have to worry about those. But the in-game stuff was always like the fucking, like, all right, well, yeah, this is what the FF7 commercial was, and this is what the in-game looks like. But that was a huge one. That was a huge one.
Apologies, my son is a little upset today.
Yes.
He's likely jealous that I'm paying too much attention to you, Wooly.
Okay, well, that's fine. We're just about to get out of here. Folks, make no mistake, I'm quite aware that King of Fighters and the WWE are crossing over with each other. But until I see the New Day using Orochi powers or Randy Orton doing an Orochi Nagi, I ain't got nothing to say about it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, they're crossing over. When the content drops, we can start talking. But there's nothing to say right now. It's two logos sitting next to each other.
Oh my god. I'm so happy. I'm so happy I talked about that toxic FF14 shit. Because somebody just linked me to a Reddit about like assholes in Duty Finder in 14.
Cool.
I'm so happy.
I will say that the Empress of Tomorrow would be a fantastic fighting game character.
Yes, absolutely. And she should design herself.
She should be on the fucking staff with behind the artists and battle planners creating her moveset. It would be amazing. But yes. Beyond that, we are good. We are done. And we are out.
Goodbye, everyone.